Welcome back, True Seeker. It is October 17th, 2024. It's the full moon date for the month of October. It's also the first day of Sukkot, also known as the Feast of Tabernacles, Jewish celebration. And the big story on this day is Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, believed to have been killed by the IDF. And again, we've been talking about the rituals with Sinwar since the war began on October 7th, 2023, the anniversary of the U.S. invading Afghanistan after 9/11, where it was the leader of Israel, Ehud Barak, at the time, who told us to invade Afghanistan and go into Iraq and declare a war on terror, exactly what transpired. And again, you learn the Kabbalistic code of encoding numbers into words, and you see through every single one of these rituals. This entire war is one big ritual made for television. It's literally the theater of war. Look at the subheadline. Yahya Sinwar was the most significant Hamas figure still at large, and Israel considers him the mastermind of the deadly October 7th attacks. Well, if that is true, then he works hand in hand with Benjamin Netanyahu, who the attack was perfectly coordinated with, along with the story of Mia Shem, the first hostage. Remember, the verse about the people of Shem in the Bible is the verse number that's also Netanyahu's birthday. All things we've been covering over the last year plus now. But look at the Gematria Feast of Tabernacles. Do you see it? Do you see the 107, like how the war began on 10/7? And again, October 7th isn't an arbitrary date. It has a lot to do with the military. But of course, in Gematria, military equates to 107, and where Feast of Tabernacles is 107, so is ritual sacrifice. And again, if you're new here, the four base ciphers of the English language: the alphabetic order with numerology, the reverse alphabetic order with numerology. Do you see how ritual sacrifice also equates to 251? That is the 54th prime number. Okay, the 54th prime number right now is the 54th week of the war. And Yahya Sinwar, you see his name gematria? Here, let's compare it with a Jesuit order, the thing that runs this world and Israel and the United States and the media, the thing that serves the Catholic Church. Again, the Jesuit logo has the Templar cross right in the middle. Of course, October 7th leaves 85 days left in the year, like Templar equates to 85, as does the Jesuit motto, Isus Hominum Salvator. But notice, Yahya Sinwar, 144, 54, 153, just like Jesuit order. And again, the miraculous catch of 153 fish, the 144,000 chosen. These are biblical numbers. The Jesuits are the Society of Jesus, who serve the Catholic Church and the Pope. But yes, in the 54th week of the war, Yahya Sinwar is dead. And so they say. And again, just look at the name Sinwar alone in regards to the word Jesuit. Sinwar and Jesuit. And remember, Netanyahu declared war on October 8th, a Sunday. Here, let's actually throw Sunday up there for comparison purposes too. But Netanyahu declared war on Hamas, led by Sinwar, on October 8th, the day leaving 84 days left in the year, a Sunday. And again, just compare Sunday, Jesuit, Sinwar with the alphabetic order. They're all 84. Sunday and Jesuit, the exact same with the alphabetic order and numerology. Jesuits have run the 21st century that started off with a bang with the Twin Towers. Sunday, Jesuit, and Sinwar, all 78 in the reverse alphabetic order. October is also 78, like the war began in October, and here we are again. And Jesuit and Sinwar also got the 42 connection. And remember, Hamas has the 42 connection. And Iran, who supposedly backs Hamas, has the 42 connection. But again, if you know who runs Iran, then you realize the CIA runs Hamas, because the CIA overthrew Iran on August 15th in the start of the 1950s, which was the Jesuit order's birthday. Iran was overthrown by the CIA on August 15th in 1953. And by the way, that was 71 years before this year. And remember, Catholic equals 71. And the war began on Putin's 71st birthday, 71 days before the Pope's birthday. So with the Feast of Tabernacles, again, equating to 107, like ritual sacrifice, like military, like the war beginning on 10/7. Notice it also equals 64, like Israel, like Zion, like kill. And the other gematria here, Feast of Tabernacles, 172, in the exact same cipher, the Jesuit motto, Ad Merum Dei Gloriam, for the greater glory of God. 172. And notice Sukkot has that 97 and 38, just like death has that 97 and 38. Sukkot also has that 65, like Knights Templar. And again, the word Templar alone is 85, like how the war began on the day, leaving 85 days left in the year. The Jesuits are the modern day Templars. I missed an A there. The Jesuit motto is Sus Hominum Salvator, 85. The war begins on the day, leaving 85 days left in the year. Remember, the motto also equates to 266. We're in the time of the 266th Pope. And let me pull up Yahya Sinwar's full name again, too. Yahya Ibrahim Hassan Sinwar. Notice his name also equates to 266. Pope Francis, the first Jesuit Pope, the 266th. His name just happens to equal 266 and have all these Jesuit connections. And again, the 274 definitely matters in their motto. If you don't know the Jesuit logo, it's the sun with the letters IHS for Sus Hominum Salvator. And the Catholic Church has been celebrating the sun's birthday on 12/25 since 274 AD. And for the record, they started celebrating Jesus' birthday on that day 46 years later. Catholics 46, like the 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament. Of course, Catholics also 35, like 12/25. The square root of 1225 is 35. The Roman name of Jesus is Jesus. December 25th is also known as Sol Invictus, which is 46, but also 71 like Catholic. On and on and on. So, again, just all this perfect ritualism. Sukkot has the connection to the Templars, but also to 97 and 38 like death. Roman Catholicism is another 97 for the record. They said Sinwar was put in an Israeli prison in 89. That's also part of the story today if you look into it. But we've seen a lot of that 89 coming up in 2024. 89 is the 24th prime number. It's been nonstop rituals paying tribute back to 1989 all throughout 2024. So I hadn't heard that detail about him until listening to the news this morning, that he was in an Israeli prison in 89. And keep in mind, that was 35 years ago, wasn't it? Catholic 35. Today's 305 days after the Pope's last birthday. Key digits 3 and 5. It's like when JFK was elected number 35 before he was killed on I-35 at age 46. You know, years before Joe Biden's elected number 46, exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, and inaugurated 35 days after the Pope's birthday. But if you go back, the election that Kennedy won over Nixon, he won it 305 days after Nixon's birthday. Now Sinwar's dead in a big Catholic ritual 305 days after the Pope's birthday. And keep in mind, it's Thursday, right? It's Thursday. It's 35 Thursday, where every week on Thursday, it's a big 35 ritual. So Thursday's also got the 35 and 46. Jupiter is what Thursday's named after, and Jupiter is Zeus. Zeus has the 71 connection, like Catholic. Jesus. A lot of people don't see the obvious wordplay. The Son of God, the language in the calendar given to us by the Catholic Church. The Son of God, they celebrate the Son's birthday on the same day they celebrate the Son of God's birthday, and they give him the name Jesus when the New Testament's written in Greek, and they worship Zeus, who's Jupiter. All right. If you missed last night's video on the Liam Payne thing, which is another high ritual, signed to Columbia Records, dead at 31 on the day, leaving 76 days left in the year. Just like Jimmy Carter, elected in 76, is voting for Kamala on that day, being wheeled in looking like a vegetable. But again, all day, every day, news by the numbers. The Brett Baer thing, he has the same birthday as Obama. I mean, again, a Republican-founded network. If you haven't seen the Kamala Brett Baer thing, it's just stupid. It's like, what kind of interview is this? Brett Baer's asking a question, she's starting to answer, just talking over her. It's like, okay, this reminder, it's all BS. But well, hold on. What else did I have on Sinwar? I think there's a few more things I forgot. Oh, yeah. I almost forgot the most important thing about Sinwar. Here's where I meant to start. Remember this headline from the New York Times? Almost none of us were alive. This is from October 6th, 1940. New York Times. New World Order. Pledge to Jews. What happens if you go to Wikipedia, by the way? Wikipedia, New World Order. I'm sure just for saying the phrase, I'll get a warning about it being a conspiracy theory on my YouTube video. Oh, yeah, the New World Order conspiracy theory. That's what happens when you type it in. The conspiracy theory, even though like presidents and politicians and leaders all across the world have uttered this phrase forever. Here it is from October 6, 1940. New World Order, pledge to Jews. And I've always talked about this since forever, since I got here. And I made the point many years in advance that there'd be a major war that would start in Israel while the country was 75 years old. And did that happen? Yes. October 7th, which was one day after the anniversary of this article, October 7th, 2023 was while Israel was 75 years old. It was created in 1948. Same year the Superior General and leader of the Jesuits was born. But remember all of the significance of 75. This article, 10/6/1940, that date had a numerology path of 75. 10 plus 6 plus 19 plus 40 is 75. Makes perfect sense why they would do it on that day in light of every day being news by the numbers, and it's been going on for longer than any of us have been around. New World Order equals 75. Who pledged it? How about the Catholic Church? 75. Notice the phrase order out of chaos is 75. Notice the word order alone is 75. Roman Catholicism, or hold on, it's Roman Catholic, that's what it is. Roman Catholic is also 75. Roman Catholic, just like Catholic Church. So what day has Sinwar been killed on? Reportedly today, the first day of Sukkot, the day leaving 75 days left in the year. Doesn't it all just seem like such perfect ritual? Doesn't it really seem just like the theater of war? Like it was all scripted and planned? You know, this might have been the deal they cut with him back when he was in an Israeli prison 35 years ago, before he's dead on 35 Thursday, you know? And by the way, 89, the big religion number. Religion's 89. 89 chapters in the gospel. And for the person who asked me to look into the history of the Jehovah's Witness, I'll cover that too, because it's funny how both of the first two leaders have the big 89 connection, and we'll cover that in a minute because it really does fit in. It's all part of one big, long, connected chain of dividing the world through religion. And, you know, just with regards to religion, don't overlook the 46 there either, right? Just like Catholic, just like Sol Invictus, just like Temple Mount. Temple Mount, very divisive spot in the world. You see how Temple Mount has the 154, like ritual sacrifice? I should cover some more of these ritual sacrifices. Again, we talked about how Feast of Tabernacles equals 107, like ritual sacrifice, like the war began on 10/7, like how he's now dead on this day. We talked about how 251 is the 54th prime number. His name equals 54. He's dead in the 54th week of the war. Ritual sacrifice 73. Remind me, what day did the founder of Zionism die in history? Theodore Herzl. He died on July 3rd, 7/3. Again, 44 years before Israel was created in 1948. He died in 1904. Israel, Zion, Netanyahu, they're all 44, like military. It's a military state founded with military purposes by the Jesuit order, using religion as the disguise and the reason. Remember The reason Israel, modern day Israel, is where it is because of the Templars. The Templars used Temple Mount and Al-Aqsa Mosque as their headquarters, their base when they were down there. But the ritual sacrifice 154 thing, remember the relationship with 201 and 154. 201 is the 154th composite number, and it goes with Pope Francis being the first Jesuit pope, the first to live in Suite 201, and his birthday being Saturnalia. Saturnalia has the 154 connection. And remember, the Jesuit order, of course, equals 201. The Pope's birth name, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, is 201. The founder of the Jesuits, Ignatius of Loyola, is 201. Israel, its official name is State of Israel, 201, created in a Catholic ritual. Remember, David Ben-Gurion died 201 days after the anniversary of the establishment of Israel. Notice how David Ben-Gurion equals 145, just like Catholic equals 145. Israel was created on the 14th day of the 5th month, 14/5 and 48. There's 145 more chapters in the Catholic Old Testament than Protestant Old Testament. There's 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament, whereas there's 39 in the Protestant. But again, all of this stuff has been perfect ritual from the beginning. And again, it's why Netanyahu left on June 13th, the day leaving 201 days left in the year, and then returned on 12/29 when 1229 is the 201st prime. And again, Jewish mysticism is also 201, and in Hebrew, the original code of letters into numbers, 201 represents light and enlightenment. And again, you think about how a Jesuit, Adam Weishaupt, founded the Order of Illuminati, the Illuminated Ones, 201, and died in history 201 days after the anniversary of the Illuminati's establishment, and on and on and on. Again, the 201 goes back to the beginning of the Jesuits, again, created 201 months after Martin Luther penned the 95 Theses. But yeah, I mean, it's just a joke. I mean, Sinwar, just the name alone, right there is a joke. Sinwar, and it's two words, right? It's sin 42, and it's war 42. And look at the overlap for the record with sin and war. Let's not forget that one either. Sin and war, the exact same in all four ciphers. And again, Hamas 42, Iran 42, World War 42. When Iran, run by the CIA, and let's not forget, you guys, let's not forget the CIA was established on the 201st day of the Pope's age, September 18th, 47, and the words in their logo, Central Intelligence Agency, United States of America, equal 201, as does their motto, the work of a nation, the center of intelligence. And here, if you need me to spell out the work of a nation, the center of intelligence, 201, okay? The thing with Donald Trump, the little thing where he got his ear nicked and then he wore the big bandage, which was total theater. That was on the 195th day of the year, after he buries his ex-wife on the 201st day of the year, after she dies exactly 60 weeks into the first Jesuit Ignatian year, the same day he says he's going to run for the 60th election. And then you got Kamala, who sucked her way to the top, who's going to turn 60 in a few days, who started dating Willie Brown when he was 60, back when she was in her 20s. Couldn't pass the bar until she took it at the Jesuit University. Again, I just bring up all these things because they're all current events and remind you who runs the whole show. All you guys out there who think Israel runs the world, you don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about. Israel was founded by the Jesuits, just like the CIA was. United States of America. Hold on. Central Intelligence Agency. If you don't know this, just look it up yourself. Those are the words in the CIA's logo. Top half is Central Intelligence Agency. Bottom half is United States of America. 201. Founded on the 201st day of the Pope's age. By the way, what's Catholic Pope equal? 201. He's the light of the world. And just for the record, notice again the Jesuit order 177-201. Remember, like Klaus Schwab, he's a very prominent Jesuit on the world stage, runs the World Economic Forum. He put on Event 201, the pandemic simulation, the same day the military World Games began in Wuhan, China, and the military World Games started in 95 and were credited to the Jesuits. They started in Italy, where the church is, just like how we gave we gave 95 billion to Israel and Ukraine on the 201st day of the war in Israel. And speaking of the CIA, Joe Biden signed off on the bill on the 201st day of the war, but it was Hitler's birthday, April 20th, that the House first passed the bill, and then the Senate signed off on it like the next day, if I remember right, or 2 days later, and then Biden signed off on the 201st day of the war. But you see how Central Intelligence Agency's 135, just like Bavaria, where the Illuminati was founded? It was Hitler's 135th birthday that they passed that bill for the 95 billion. And again, the Jesuits were created to counter the 95 Theses written by Martin Luther. They were created 201 months later. 201, 95, numbers that come together all the time. Event 201 on the day the military world games begin in Wuhan, China, that started in 95. On and on and on and on and on. Martin Luther King Jr. smoked on the 95th day of the year, the nation's first gun control legislation 201 days later. All of these things that we're looking at every day, it's coming from the same people who gave us the calendar and the language, and that's the Jesuits. Catholic Church, biggest church in the world, richest church in the world, the most followed religious figure in the world, the Pope. That's why all you guys who have the small cap obsession and think it's the small caps that do everything, you don't know your history, you don't have very good logic, you don't know whose time we're on. Does that mean the small caps have nothing to do with what's going on? No. When the Jesuits were created, it was a merger of Catholics and Jews because Martin Luther targeted both Catholicism and Judaism and said they needed to be ridded from Europe to have a decent society. And notice how they brought it together again with World War II and the creation of Israel. Adolf Hitler, and by the way, if you guys don't know this, look up his birth certificate, and please don't be the next person who's a horrible shit researcher and says, I can't find that anywhere, because it's not even that hard to find. You can find Hitler's birth certificate. His birth name is Adolphus Hitler, which does equal 201, and he did model the Nazis after the Jesuits. And again, everyone says he escaped out to Argentina because his storybook says that he committed suicide, but his body was never found. And just for the record, his name that he's known by, Adolf Hitler, 56-187, just like Society of Jesus, 56-187. Don't overlook the 61 either, because church equals 61, like Christian, like Christmas, like how in sacred geometry, the flower of life, which represents God, is made out of 61 overlapping circles. Jesus, cross, Christian church, they're all 61. Hitler, the Christian who wanted to wipe out the Jews. Today is 61 days before the Pope's birthday. Again, the Pope at the time turned a blind eye to the Catholic Church. Last September 2023, the New York Times said they discovered something in the Vatican archives, that the Pope was very aware of the Nazis and just stayed mum on the subject. Remember, we covered that last September 2023, that, all this time they did know. They just found it in the archive. Yeah. But yeah, Adolf Hitler, again, 56-187, just like Society of Jesus. You know where they set up camp in this nation when they came here? This nation being where I'm broadcasting from, Washington, D.C., 56-187, 61. Look familiar? Look familiar? Think it's an accident? It's got the same numbers as Adolf Hitler? Think it's an accident? He supposedly died at 56 and no one found his body? Another guy who died at 56 who a war was blamed on was Abraham Lincoln, who blamed the American Civil War on the Jesuits. Think it's an accident that Confederate equals 201? The Jesuits published the text Art of War. There's no proof of Sun Tzu ever existed. Jesuits published Art of War 3 years before this nation was created. The nation always at war. And did you guys see the headline today? We bombed Iranian Houthis with B-50 or B-2 bombers. But yeah, the American Civil War began on the 102nd day of the year. Again, the Jesuits simulated 9/11 102 days before the attack with Operation Amalgam Virgo, June 1st, 2001. Federal exercise with Osama bin Laden's face right on the cover. 2 towers became 0 before they became 1. Sinwar. By the way, Donald Trump, again, for all you guys who, like I said, Joe Biden sacrificed Beau Biden at age 46, 201 days before the Pope's birthday. Trump's had a number of sacrifices. His brother on the Jesuit order's birthday, his sister who just died last year, his wife who died 60 weeks into the first Jesuit Ignatian year, the same day he said he'd run in the 60th election, then buried her on the 201st day of the year. Trump even put out a $60 Bible with his name on it for the 60th election. Unholy. Holy's also 48 like Donald Trump. It's crazy. But remember, Donald Trump's 60. Jesuit educated at Fordham. His little second scare on 15/9, 159 years after the Secret Service was created. Nothing but jokes. Nothing but jokes. And for the woman out there who lives in Israel, who she hasn't written any articles about me for years, but I forget which one it was, Haaretz or the Israeli Times or whatever. She has wrote like 4 articles attacking me in their little paper out there, saying that I was ruining the word gematria. How come no follow-up articles? How come no follow-up articles? How have I ruined the word gematria? What I have done is brought it to light for most people who have no clue about it. And for 2, I'm pretty sure the gematria code, and for every person out there who'd be like, it's pronounced gematria. I don't care how it's pronounced. I pronounce it gematria because I found the word and had never heard anybody say it in my life. And I thought, oh, it means geometry. Well, it must be gematria then, because gematria and geometry, you start with the G sound. So g, whatever. Point is, the word exists, the practice exists, and the code behind the English language, as far as I can tell, is more significant than any gematria / gematria code anywhere else out there, even the one that goes with Hebrew and Aramaic, the original, because the reason this one's more relevant is because it speaks to the times, who's running this world, the true sinners, the true evil ones, not the characters they put up on the world stage. And I mean, who's ever known anything about this guy other than what the media's put out there about him? You don't know really anything about this man, anything about his life. Is that even his real name, Sinwar? I mean, give me a break. This is a character invented for the world stage for a propped up headline like this. And just like how every religious group has dummies in it, I'm sure a lot will be like, oh, it's Sukkot. I'm having a great Sukkot today. What great news on Sukkot that we killed Sinwar. It's like, no, what you really need to know is, here's the guy you should be celebrating today if he was dead in the headlines, if it was his obituary. Benjamin Netanyahu. And the reason I say that is because your little thing that supposedly happened over there at the first ever world concert that was going on at what time? 7 a.m. in the morning on a Saturday? I mean, kids that age are usually passed out from the night prior, but supposedly there was a concert going on in the middle of nowhere on a heavily secured border that somehow just everybody just left their post and left it wide open for the CIA-backed Hamas attack. Anyway, that attack came 282 days after Netanyahu came back into power. And if you go to my channel, here, for all the doubters out there, here, let me pull up my other channel that still hangs on by a thread, GematriaEffectNews 22. On this channel, let's see. Here we go. All right, GematriaEffectNews 22 right here. I believe this is the video right here. What's to come in 2023? This is on the day Netanyahu returned to power on Albert Pike's birthday, the same Albert Pike who wrote the letter about 3 world wars, which were published on August 15th, 1871, the Jesuit order's birthday. Always big rituals on August 15th. Again, Trump's brother died on that day the other year. Afghanistan's government collapsed on that year, just year after year, big rituals on August 15th. But in this video, I laid out why a major war would start in Israel while it was 75, and I explained why it would probably happen around the time Yale turned 322 years old 322. Again, the war started October 7th. Netanyahu declared war the next day, October 8th. Yale turned 322 years old the next day, October 9th, 2023. And again, I mean, go back and watch the video right here. Right here, GematriaEffectNews 22. I'm going to see if this was the original. The following content may contain graphic or violent imagery. It contained nothing but facts. This was premiered December 29, 2022. Okay? It was all laid out there. And, you know, eventually this channel will be gone too, just like 20-some channels have been deleted to date. But yeah, again, we saw all this stuff coming a mile away. And I've been saying forever that when Israel turns 75, expect major fireworks in that nation. And now Sinwar, dead on the day, leaving 75 days left in the year. It's just a total joke. It's a total joke. I'm seeing what else is buzzing right now. If there's anything else I need to cover. All right, for the gentleman yesterday who asked me to cover the death of Charles Russell, who started the Bible student movement that eventually became, that's also the Christian Zionist movement. But he wanted me to look into his death. That movement became the Jehovah's Witness after his passing, which was led by Joseph Rutherford. And look at how redundant it is, right? This man died. I mean, consider he died at 64, right? He started the Christian Zionist movement. Zion, 64, right? Feast of Tabernacles. Here we are again. Feast of Tabernacles. The Zionist nation has killed Sinwar. But this man who led the Zionist movement, Christian Zionist movement, dead at 64. Again, it did become the Jehovah's Witness movement. But notice what day he died. He died on October 31st. That's the anniversary of Martin Luther penning the 95 Theses. And isn't it funny that we call the day Halloween and it just happens to equal 95? That's not an accident. Halloween equals 41 and 40, like Zionist, 4140 Halloween. And of course, 10 plus 31 for October 31st is 41. But the thing about his death, the man who replaced him was Joseph Rutherford. And notice he had a November 8th birthday. So that means that Mr. Russell died 8 days before his birthday. And that means that Joseph Rutherford was still 46. And then it went on to become the Watchtower movement or the Jehovah's Witness. If you ever had the Jehovah's Witness come to your door, they give you the Watchtower publication that they do. But notice he was 46 years old, right? Watchtower 46, Sacrifice 46, Genesis 46 about sacrifice. Hey, next time Jehovah's Witness come to your door, you got a little something to talk about. And I'll tell you what, Jehovah's Witness, usually when they come to the door, they're open to talk about things. I haven't had a single Mormon missionary come since I moved to this little town. Actually, I haven't had the Jehovah's Witness come to my door yet since I moved to this town either. But man, when I lived in the Seattle area, both of them were there all the time. I only had them come by a couple times in Yakima. Still hasn't happened yet in Prosser, but one of these days, they'll no doubt show up. So, and again, who's really standing behind these religions and these divisive things at the end of the day? I wouldn't be surprised if it was the Catholic Church behind all this too. Wouldn't be surprised one bit. The Martin Luther history anniversary, the big 46 Catholic connection, JFK, the first Catholic president, number 35, dead at 46. Joe Biden, like we told you a year in advance, would be elected number 46, 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday based on what he did to his son, Beau. His other son, Hunter's born on the 35th day of the year. He's been a big distraction the whole time. But again, Biden also inaugurated 35 days after the Pope's age. And for the record, just all the 201 business, don't forget Inauguration Day. Well, don't forget the capital was moved to D.C., the Jesuit stronghold, and then the Inauguration Day was moved to 20/1, the 201st day of the nation's age. And if you look it up on the government website, the U.S. government website, January 20th is known as Inauguration of the President of the United States. That's how they phrase it. 201. Are you seeing the light yet? Remember, in Hebrew, that's where the 201 thing comes from. Neil Alden Armstrong, he supposedly walked on the illuminated object in the sky, illuminated by the sun, after the moon landing on July 20th, the 201st day of the year. Is it making sense yet? In the 16th century, the century of the Jesuits, the heliocentric model agreed to. Isn't it amazing how heliocentrism, not only is it 201 and 150, again, they say the sun's 150 million kilometers away on average, but Illuminati, again, 150. Order of Illuminati is also 93. Like they say, the sun's 93 million miles away. Never forget Alec Baldwin, born on the 93rd day of the year, the day Brandon Lee was buried as well after the Crow incident, which was reminiscent of what happened to Bruce Lee while filming Game of Death. Bruce Lee died on the 201st day of the year, for the record. Both him and Brandon Lee are buried up right next to Seattle University, the Jesuit school. Probably not an accident. But remember, the Oddfellows Society was 201 years old when the CHOP was going on in Seattle after the major 201 ritual of George Floyd. I mean, you can just go on all day with all the 201s. But all the weirdos in the autonomous zone in Seattle climbing all over the 201-year-old organizations building the Odd Fellows. A lot of prominent members of U.S. government have been a part of that society as well, the old Odd Fellows. And it is Odd Fellows who rule over us. I mean, weirdos who do this Kabbalistic shit every day to maintain power and control. Truth is stranger than fiction. By the way, you know, that kid who's dead, Liam Payne, we covered that, how he's dead 258 days after Harry Styles' birthday. And by the way, in light of the little 666 thing they did with Liam Payne, here, let me just show you this while it's buzzing too. Liam Payne. Oh, by the way, speak of the devil, Charles Russell died 258 days after his birthday. He also died 258 days after his birthday. Number of the Beast, Order of Illuminati, both 258. He was born on the 47th day of the year, got replaced right before his associate turned 47 years old, when Christian government and authority all equal 47 like time. Again, what is 47? Again, you got to learn all these things. You got to learn all these things to see how repetitive they are in ritual, to see that your religion's false, that it all leads back to Rome. I know that gets a lot of people sore in their anus, but a lot of you guys, you see through everything but your fake religion, which all came from the same source, which all has the same numerical encoding over it. I don't know how you can dismiss all these other things that came from the authorities, but hang on to your little religion. Or actually, I do. It's because it's the scariest one of all, and it was the most indoctrinated in you as a child. And you were told that if you don't believe in it, you're going to get the eternal punishment. And then ask yourself, what kind of religion would that be? What kind of God would that be? Where you have to believe that men who wrote a book a long time ago, if you don't believe in that book, God's going to punish you. You can't see that these men want to play God over your life every day by this little code. You can't see they encoded the Bible up and down. God 26, Adam 26, man made in the 26th verse in the image of God. Sinwars killed 26 days before the superior general's birthday as they play God and mock you. Sin. Why does the New Testament begin with the 42 generations to Jesus who died for your sins? You know, New Testament 42, sin 42, math 42. What's the first book of the New Testament? Matthew. You know, that beast, that evil beast rules for 42 months. And you see how math's also 66 like New Testament? Protestant Bibles end in the 66th book. Number of the beast, 66. You got to calculate it. You got to use math. Number of the beast, 258. Order of Illuminati, 258. I was going to show you how this Payne kid, Liam Payne, how he fit in, again, with this little 258 thing they did to him as they threw him from the balcony. Liam James Payne. You see the numbers? 154, 144, 54. That might remind you of Sinwar. But Mark of the Beast. Look at the perfect overlap, you guys. Perfect overlap. Exact same in all four ciphers. And then Harry Styles, the most famous member of the band, dead 258 days after his birthday. And here, just for the record, just for one more review, I put out the short video on Jimmy Carter's Weekend at Bernie's ritual yesterday. Somebody asked me to look into the Sidney Wilson thing, did a little post on that. The Georgetown player killed by police at 33. Liam Payne, just real quick, again, dead at 31. Remember, he was on Columbia Records. That was the one thing I missed in the video. We talked about him being dead at 31 and on Columbia, but he did die on the day, leaving 76 days left in the year. And just true to form, you know, people in the comments, I was just deleting the comments left and right. He's not on Columbia, he's on Capitol. You can look at his discography. He's definitely on Columbia as well. A lot of these record companies are merged anyhow. But yeah, he's definitely on Columbia Records. I just get tired of people just leaving their dumb comments. He's not on Columbia. Yep, he is. He definitely is. Doesn't take that. It's not that hard to look up in the information age. Anyhow, again, dead on a Wednesday. Wednesday equals 44, like Kill, like Argentina, where he died. One Direction equals 193, the 44th prime. Dead 62 days before the Pope's birthday in the Pope's country. Sacrifice 62. Dead 27 days before the Superior General's birthday. Ritual and Balcony 27. His name equals, or his band's name equals 67, like Blood Sacrifice, like Human Sacrifice. Their first album came out on the anniversary of Adam Weishaupt dying, the founder of the Order of Illuminati, which has the 258 as well as the 201 connection. And again, he died 48 days after his own birthday. First album, Up All Night 48. His name, the exact same as Freemason in every cipher. Liam Payne in Freemason 48. They started out on the X Factor 48. Remember, Israel founded in 48. Talk about the X Factor. X is the 24th letter. Things really popping off in 2024, including this guy off the balcony. Columbia matches his age of death and the day he died on. His last album, Teardrops, came out on 48 date numerology, March 1st, 3-1, now dead at 31. And you know what? There might be something to that song being 174 seconds long. I'm sure there is. Number of the Beast, 174 forwards, 258 in reverse. Remember when they unveiled the Beast statue at the United Nations on the 174th day of the Ignatian year? If not, you can go back and look. They unveiled a statue that was reminiscent of what's described in the Bible for the Beast. Again, 174th day of the Jesuit Ignatian year was the day it happened. Harry Styles, from his birthday to the death, 258 days. Order of Illuminati, Number of the Beast. Illuminati 48, 48 days before the anniversary of the album. Again, which did come out on the founder of the Illuminati, Adam Weishaupt, dying. Next thing I know, I'm going to look at the comments and be like, Adam Weishaupt didn't die on that day. Yeah, he did. He definitely did. He definitely did. And here, again, the Illuminati founded May 1st. The Illuminati wasn't founded on May 1st. It's just like the new troll tactic, just the opposite of the truth. Help the dummies in the comments like, oh, this video must be false. Look, somebody left a comment said that didn't happen. Let's see. That's all it takes to persuade the dummies. Look at that. May 1st to November 18th, 1830. 201 days. Order of Illuminati, 201. Yeah, let's do it for David Ben-Gurion, too. David Ben-Gurion dead December 1st, 121. Same day Aleister Crowley died in history. And, of course, Aleister Crowley died right around the same time they were drawing up Israel's nation. Aleister Crowley invented that religion Thelema that worships 93. Israel was drawn up on September 3rd, 93. State of Israel 201. Isn't it amazing how that all fits together? But, again, May 14th, 48, Israel's birthday. So you measure. By the way, Ben-Gurion died in 73, right? Aren't we talking about this with ritual sacrifice? 73. The founder of Zionism died on July 3rd, Theodore Herzl. Blood sacrifice has the 121, like he died on 12/1, December 1st. You could also write the date 1/12. December 1st could be 1/12. Judaism, 112. Zionist, 112. Catholicism, 112. Mathematics, 112. The Jesuits operate in 112 countries. The Jesuits don't operate in 112 countries. Can you guys just stop leaving these stupid comments and testing to see how dumb the audience is that comes through? Anyone can look it up and be like, oh, that person was lying in the comments. Oh, whoops, I typed in the wrong date there. May 14th. There, May 14th, the anniversary of Israel being established, and David Ben-Gurion's death 201 days later. State of Israel. The Jesuit order. The Holy Bible. The 201. Catholic. 145. 145 more chapters. Again, the biggest troll on the internet, I would say, well, it's a tough competition, but one of the biggest trolls on the internet is Adam Green. Adam Green, who went to Israel and spends all of his days hating on Israel, even though he went there. And remember, when he came back from Israel, he asked to do an interview with me, and then he tried to denounce my work, and then he took down the interview the next day. And he debates everyone all day and tries to blame everything on Jews in Israel. But he did recently turn down a debate with me. He said he would not debate me. And you guys just got to ask yourself, why does a guy who spent all of his time online blaming Jews and debating everybody, why am I the only interview he ever removed from his website? And why will he not debate me? Do you think it's because he knows my work proves his work wrong? For all of you guys who are in the Adam Green camp and think just like him, and it's your hatred that motivates your thinking, that's why you don't care about the facts. And then you leave, oh, Zach, you're always covering up for them. I'm not covering up for them. I don't think too many people in the small cap camp would say that I'm an ally of theirs. Again, I'm more like Martin Luther. I'm not a big fan of either, but I'll still tell you who the real people to blame are, and not blame it on a false group that are also being used and abused. But again, I'm also the one that'll tell you that, like when I go and bust up the March for Our Lives gathering of the morons in Seattle, as we really did clear them out of there. You guys, that's where this photo's from right here. This is from the last March for Our Lives they had up in the Seattle area. I had to go there and interrupt their little propaganda thing that just made no sense and was all about undermining the Second Amendment. But what was there that you could have seen that day if you watched the stream is every agent provocateur that was there trying to disrupt and stop what I was doing was a JEW. And you pay attention in these false flag shootings that are always encoded with the 201s, it's often a JEW going on the news trying to undermine the Second Amendment. And it's just like the what's Noah Posner's mother name? Again, Lenny Posner's waging the war against the First Amendment. And what's the mother's name? She has a different name. I always forget her name. Noah Posner's mother. What's her name? Her name is 201 if I can find it. And just like how Sandy Hook happened 201 months after the Dublin massacre. 201 months in one day. And it was paired up with the shooting in Colorado on the 201st day of the year at the Batman Theater, when that year Batman put out a map for Gotham City, and they changed one neighborhood name for the first time in the history of Batman, and they changed it from South Hinckley to Sandy Hook. And remember, Batman is connected to Skull and Bones, and Skull and Bones has the 201 connection as well, and Paul Walker, who did the movie The Skulls about Skull and Bones, who gets a red Porsche in the movie, dies in a weird way in a red Porsche, and that movie came out 201 days after his birthday. I don't know why this is not popping up. Where's her name at? Are they hiding her name because people are figuring out about the 201s? Hold on. Since I brought it up, I'm not going to feel satisfied until I find it. I cannot think of that woman's name right now. Oh yeah, Aaron Rodgers is another 201. They had to bring him into it this week in the 201 area code. He threw the yeah, there it is, from Dune Blaine to. Oh yeah, that's right. They went after him on March 12th too. Just what a joke, man. The day before the Dune Blaine massacre, they went after Aaron Charles Rodgers for Sandy Hook conspiracy theories. You see what a joke it is? They got Aaron Rodgers faking injuries on 9/11, playing in the 201 area code in Jersey. 2 towers became 0 before they became 1. New York Jets only Super Bowl winning season, 1968, the year World Trade Center construction began, and 911 was made the national emergency dialing code. But then the day before Dune Blaine on 3/12, they call him a Sandy Hook conspiracy theorist. Just news by the numbers all day, every day. When he became the coronavirus conspiracy theorist, that was on the day leaving 56 days left in the year. If you remember, Aaron Rodgers became public enemy #1 for that. It was another 56 ritual. But, I don't know why I cannot. Does somebody in the chat have Noah Posner's mother's name? Veronique de la Rosa. Okay, there we go. That sounds right. Yeah, I remember she had some like Hispanic sounding name. There we go. Yeah. Isn't it crazy how searching on Google they are like hiding her name? There she is, Veronique de la Rosa. Oh, that's right. They supposedly buried the child during Saturnalia. I mean, look at it, you guys. You don't think that this is who was behind the SH shooting? I mean, you don't think it was the same gang? All these 201s? You don't think these people are behind it? All the shit in your news every single day? All the ritual sacrifice? How did they do it? Because they invented the world as we know it. Religion, money, government because they built this world? How hard is it to buy off people? How hard is it to hire assassins? Jesuits, I might be for hire myself. Never mind, I'm going to stop. I used to always tell everybody when I was a kid, because I was already fed up with the world when I was a kid, or when adults would ask me what I wanted to be someday, I'd always say the same thing, and I would just shock them. I love shocking the adults' faces. I say, so what do you want to do someday when you grow up, Zach? I say, oh, be an assassin. Serious as cancer. And sometimes I regret I didn't take that career path, because there's a lot of people that need to go. You know? Not little kids at grocery stores or people at movie theaters or all the places that the manufactured mass shooters go. I'm talking about the people who run this nation. I get so tired of all the news stories of, oh yeah, this online conspiracy theorist who hated the government and promoted conspiracy theories about 9/11. It was the guy who went up and shot up the grocery store or the school. Weird. So he had all these problems with the government, but he decided to shoot first graders. Oh, that makes sense. Actually, that sounds more like the same corrupt government putting out propaganda to try and motivate people to go along with their bullshit agendas, which always have the 201 on it. Like how the nation's first major gun control legislation came 201 days after the MLK ritual. And since we hopped into that, let's go back and review that too. MLK assassination, 4/4, right? Like shooting, like execution, like kills, 4/4. It was a leap year. It was the 95th day of the year. Martin Luther, who he was named after, penned the 95 Theses. Gun Control Act of 1968. What day did that happen? We're coming up on the anniversary here, October 22nd. So let's measure from April 4th. Let's measure from April 4th, 1968 to October 22nd, 1968. And if you guys don't know what came out of this, is what got serial numbers on guns. 201 days later. And why did they put serial numbers on guns? So the government could track every last person who legally owns one. Because the government's been building this surveillance state where eventually they'll move in on everybody who's legally owned a gun because it's all in a database. Funny how 201's all over all the big tech companies too, isn't it? Isn't it all just make more sense as time moves on? People weren't thinking about computers and big tech in 68. Not the average person. And remember, 10 days before RFK got shot, he was saying that the nation needed gun control. And how many days was it from June 6th, the day he died, until the gun control? It was 138 days, which is federal. He technically got shot June 5th. He got shot June 5th. Remember, he died at 1:44 in the morning, like Jesuit orders 1:44, like how his brother died 144 days from meeting with the Pope. I'm talking about JFK after his child died on the day, leaving 144 days up here. But 139, that's the big gun control number over and over. Gun control, 139. The 94 assault weapons ban on the 13th day of the 9th month. It's all been perfect ritual. Robert Kennedy dead on 6/6, or was he really? Robert Kennedy shot on June 5th, the 156th day of the year. Robert Kennedy, 195. Trump's hoax on the 195th day of the year. And then RFK Jr. gets Secret Service right after. And again, Donald Trump under the 13 stripes on the 13th of July, 13 weeks from the anniversary of the Secret Service being established the day Lincoln was shot, April 14th, 1865. I mean, all this stuff is a joke. RFK's wife just died 68 days before the Pope's birthday. Trump's golf course hoax on the 68 date numerology, 68 days before the JFK assassination anniversary. Donald John Trump, 68. 68, the year of the first major gun control legislation. Donald Trump, who said, let's take the guns first and ask questions later. And he's the hope for the conservatives, the career Democrat, along with J.D. Vance, who's been a Democrat his whole life until recently. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right. Well, I see we're getting the big support again. Thank you very much, Tiffany S. with the Big 10. Today is International Shakeout Day. I don't even know what that's about. International Shakeout Day, huh? International Shakeout Day. Oh, it's for earthquakes. I see. When did this start? I want to know when International Shakeout Day start. International Shakeout Day origins. When did they start this? They started it in 2008. So 16 years later. I'm curious about the terminology here. Shakeout. Shakeout. This is hilarious. 44 like earthquake. Okay. Shakeout. Shakeout Day. 366, like how many days are in a leap year? 102, like art of war, weather warfare. Acts of war blamed on Mother Nature. Interesting. All right. Memphis has that pyramid too. I forget what the name of that pyramid is in Memphis, but it's 201 as well. Just like Great Pyramid of Giza is 201. Illuminati symbol. Joe Biden's wife and daughter dead on Limestone Road, 201, right after he becomes senator-elect. All right, but appreciate the heads up on Shakeout Day. And King Richard TV, Peter Lou. Yeah, okay. Good one. I didn't even look up the officer's first name because they just kept referring to him as Officer Lou, but yeah, absolutely. The story about the Georgetown player killed by police at age 33, Sydney Wilson, that's in the news right now. She was killed on September 16th, reportedly, and what stood out about that right away is, again, it's the day leaving 106 days left in the year, and of course, black is 106, and Black Lives Matter is 106, and a gazillion rituals with 106, and black histories we've been documenting since forever, but Peter Lou, yeah, 106, what do you know? I like the 43 and 47 as well, because policeman is 43 and 47, and cop also has that 47, like authority, like government, like DC. She went to Georgetown. But yeah, what a joke. I mean, and the story is that he was called on a wellness check and ends up, I mean, how many stories are there like this? Police called for wellness check and shoot and kill somebody. And like, I guess it's off the body cam. And you know, the fact that in the story, like I read a few different stories, all of them had to mention that the officer yells out, "Oh, Jesus Christ," and she's dead at 33 when the common belief is Jesus is killed at 33. And then the other thing too, just the address, the 118. Remember, death and homicide equal 118. So, and you know what else? 10:20 a.m. What's the number sequence in there? 102? 102, right? Police has the 102. Slavery has the 102. There's a relationship with those who monitored the slaves, the overseers and the officers. KRS-One has a song educating about that. But again, the American Civil War had a lot to do with slavery, began on the 102nd day of the year. Lincoln said the greatest purveyors of slavery in America were the Jesuits. She went to Georgetown, first Jesuit university. And, you know, even the N-word has the 102 as well, encoded. And we've seen it a million times. So police officer gets her at 10:20 a.m., 1020. And she was 33. And did you notice how slavery has the 102 and the 30, just like police? Overseer has the 44, like officer, like shooting. You know, one other thing actually jumps out to me about her initials, SW. S is the 19th letter. W is the 23rd, so 42. You know, coming back to that slavery thing, slavery 42. Tuskegee. 201 men in the control group. After the Event 201 simulation, when they were whipping up the jab, they were telling black people they need it the most. But again, the N-word's also got that 42, like Martin, like Malcolm X, like Muhammad Ali, who's also got the 201, like Huxtable, like Cosby Show, like the most famous black guy alive right now, LeBron James, and on and on and on and on and on. Dodgers close out the Padres 4,200 days after the movie 42 comes out, after they shipped over Mookie Betts to the Dodgers on 4-2 on Rosa Parks' birthday when she was on the bus, 42. In February, of course, Black History Month, 42. It just goes on and on and on. And I guess real quick while we're just running over everything, if you missed the Jimmy Carter video this morning, because none of my videos get any views anymore, seemed like everybody missed it. Jimmy Carter wheeled in like a vegetable yesterday. The guy elected in 76, on the day leaving 76 days left in the year, reminding that he was the first administration to recognize Black History Month in 1976 on February 10th. That's the day they did it, 10/2, like 102, like slavery. But on the day leaving 76 days left in the year, supposedly he voted for Kamala Harris. His birth name is James Carter, 76. The year he was elected. Barack Obama, the first black president, 76. Acts 7:6, the 44th book of the Bible, about 400 years of slavery, going with Obama being number 44, 44 years after the Civil Rights Act, going with MLK, the face of the Civil Rights Act, getting smoked on 4-4. But again, slave, Negro, Rasta, Blues, all 76. Kamala, she was 11 years old when Black History Month was recognized, Black 11. From her birthday, from her 11th birthday to Black History Month being recognized, 113 days. Also going with James Carter. Scottish equals 113, as in the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. This headline from August 3rd, when they said Jimmy Carter was living to vote for Kamala. That was on 8/3. Election and murders, 83. You know the next headline's not too far away. I'm trying to make it, 83. Just sick jokes. Out of curiosity, Weekend at Bernie's film. Let's see. There were a few in that series, wasn't there? How many Weekend at Bernie's were there? Yeah, there's probably 3 at least. That's crazy. That came out in 89 too. This connection with 89 and 24. Again, 89 is the 24th prime. So many things. That was the year that Gerald Ford said at the Herbert Hoover Library on October 18th that the first female president will become president not by being voted in, but when an old man dies who's president and there's a woman who's the VP. And again, Kamala born the same day that Herbert Hoover died. I'm just curious. Here, I'm just going to measure from the day that July 5th, the day the movie came out, to October 18th, the day that Gerald Ford made those remarks. Remember, he's the 38th president, like death equals 38. 105 days later, span of 106. I don't know. It could be a coincidence. Could be a coincidence. But yeah, it was another Wednesday thing too. It wasn't just the day leaving 76 days left there. Wednesday, 44. He's Georgia. They called Georgia for Joe Biden on the 44th day of Jimmy Carter's age. Again, he did this ritual 4 days before her birthday when he's from Georgia, the 4th state. Harris, 44. Joe Biden, 44. The Obama parallel, number 44, goes without saying. All right. I got to get back to work. Let me see something. I'm going to tell you something I did yesterday. I feel a little bit guilty about it, but all right, today it's actually working. Yesterday it did not work. Or no, hold on. It's actually not working again. Now I'm feeling even worse about doing it. I gave Elon Musk a little bit of my money so that I can use his streaming on Twitter, because I remember for a while it was free and I was getting big views on there. I was getting like 2,000 views in the live stream, like 2,000 people watching. And then I haven't used it, even though I was getting views on there, because I didn't want to pay him any money once he monetized it. But I was like, whatever, $3 a month to try it out. I guess that's not going to really change anything, and maybe we can get the views out more. But now it's the second day in a row that I'm a paid member, and it said it recognized the stream, but then I don't see it showing up anywhere on the platform. So now I feel like I'm getting gypped. Why is it not showing up on the Twitter platform? All right, let me check in with the chat real quick. I see somebody's in the chat who's going to copy my stuff, put it on his channel, and claim it as his, and then beg people to send him money because he has to feed his family. I see he's here. They've been using my platform for years to promote themselves while slandering me, and I've let them do it. He says he's the good Christian one. He's a reminder why I don't care for that religion at all. It's full of scumbags like him. Oh, I did hear about that. I heard that they put out an image of this Liam Payne with a scorpion tattoo, and we are right before Scorpio begins. Again, yesterday, CNN, one of their big stories all day was get ready for a big earthquake in California 1 week before Scorpio begins, and I've been explaining why it matters when Scorpio comes around, what it has to do with The Rock, the Scorpion King, that they've already synced up some earthquakes with this year. He was in that San Andreas movie. Those images were on TMZ, weren't they? So let's actually give that a look and see if this makes sense. He's dead 1 week before Scorpio. The Casa Sur Palermo Hotel. I didn't even look into the hotel. There might be more. Look at the 107 ambulance on the outside. That's probably the emergency dialing code there, but you know that that's in the photo symbolically. I mean, I just started with that, right? Ritual Sacrifice 107, Feast of Tabernacles 107, that begins today. And you got the Yahya Sinwar dead today on this day when the war began on 10/7. And military 107, ritual sacrifice, kind of what these Jesuits do with these world militaries, just needlessly kill people. Again, the religion they promote is the one where God sacrifices people for your sins. So here's Sinwar. Go drink some more blood, eat some more bodies, and keep believing God writes books. It doesn't make you holier than thou. It just makes you a dope under the mind control of Rome. There's no point in speaking against the Society of Jesus when you're under their mind control, for the troll in the chat. He's going to go regurgitate my work and say, oh, isn't this the greatest decode ever? Now send me some money because my family is starving. Would have been another nice guy if the hurricane washed him away. Jesuits got to do better. Here, let's see. I did see that image. Somebody sent it to me, and I saw in the image they sent to me, there was a TMZ thing on it. Maybe there's multiple articles, but maybe just the easier way to do this is just Liam Payne, scorpion tattoo. Can we get some more information on this tattoo? All right, this is what I saw yesterday. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, really, they put it out with a clock. Where's the hands of the clock at? Dyslexic. The hands are right almost at midnight. They're almost right at midnight. Okay, it's like 5 minutes to midnight. A week before Scorpio, the Scorpion. And another question is this guy even dead? I mean, is he even dead? If he is, RIP. And it is sad what the world of show business does to these people, but it occurred shortly after 5 p.m. local time. That's 1700 military time. Remember, Kill has that 17 gematria. Yeah, I don't know. If there's a way you can find out more information on the tattoo, if there's any articles about it, might be worth researching if it's even out there. But again, you just know that's not an accident. And all of this stuff just so coordinated in the news on the same day. Where's CNN's front page yesterday? I have the screenshot of it. The earthquake one. This was CNN's front page yesterday. Again, everything was 44. Harris 44. Israel and Zion, 44. Earthquake, 44. Again, remember, the first day of Scorpio is 44 days after California's birthday. The state's 174 years old. San Andreas equals 174. It's also 174 days after The Rock's birthday, October 23rd. He was the Scorpion King. That was when the last Scorpion King movie came out. Again, this article starts with by talking about the 4.4 magnitude quake they had earlier this year. You know what else? His tattoos of a pocket watch or it's a clock. Clock is 44 and 17, dead at 1700 hours. And then it was pointed out that today is Shakeout Day. This is 6 days before. And it's to remember earthquakes, and Shakeout's 44. Shout out to Mike Rawson, member for 17 months. That's some dedication. Thank you, Mike. Probably about as long as this channel's been monetized. This is the longest the channel's ever been monetized. Costa Sir equals 107. King Richard's always on it. Costa Sir. Yeah, how about it? 107, just like the ambulance right in front of the hotel. Man. It's wicked how redundant everything is. And it's wicked how you can show somebody this video, and if they had the attention span of something longer than a gnat, they might still watch the whole thing and be like, oh, it's still probably a coincidence. Like, that's the way numbers. Oh, you ever talk to these zombies? They also start saying that, like, numbers, that's kind of what they do is make patterns. Like, oh, yeah. You went to slave school. That's right. You got your diploma. You know everything. I remember that. Circle C for Christopher Columbus, and then circle C on the next one for numbers make patterns. Yeah. Hey, guys, why didn't Jimmy vote on the first day that the ballot? You ask one of these dummies, why didn't he vote on the first day, Tuesday, in case he died Wednesday? I mean, he's so old. His wife only survived 2 days in hospice care. She died the day before Joe Biden's birthday. I'm sure that was a coincidence. Why didn't they have him vote on, the day before? Why did they wait until the day leaving 76 days left in the year for the guy elected in 76? Just numbers, they just make patterns on their own. All right. Yeah, good one again, King Richard. Save those $2, my man. Save those $2. I do appreciate it. But great decodes as always. Open up, always with the generosity too. Said LeBron posted about how he saw a scorpion while he was in Arizona. I think it was the same day. Here, let's just see if that was buzzing. LeBron, scorpion, Arizona. Arizona on the border of California. All right, looks like first post about this was I like how one of the headlines gets Steph Curry involved. Again, LeBron and Steph Curry born in the same hospital. Same one Nate Thurman was born in, who wore 42 for the Warriors and Cavs. Well, I don't know if it was somewhere else on the internet, but it's definitely on the internet today as we approach Scorpio. It's 6 days away now. Is LeBron wearing 6 again? He's worn 6 a number of times. Cancer is the first astrological sign. Or wait. No, it's not. It's the 4th. Hold on, I can't think right. Pisces is the first astrological sign, right? Or I guess maybe, Pisces is the last. We're in the age of Pisces. It's the last. I take it back. Aries is the first. Taurus is the second. Gemini is the third. Cancer is the fourth. Remember, Cancer equals 44. Leo's the 5th. Virgo's the 6th. Libra's the 7th. Scorpio's the 8th. I don't know. I don't know my astrology as well as I know my numbers, but hold on to your butts, West Coast. I think they got a big shakeup coming for us. Again, that parity Scorpio is going to get wild, I think, and it could come as soon as October 23rd. Appreciate it. Thanks again, Jaden. All right. All right. Well, appreciate the support. See, here, I'm just, this guy doesn't really deserve any attention. But again, this is when I first got on the scene, I talked about how someday the work will be co-opted, and there'll be like people who come and steal the work and claim it as theirs and give it a bad name. And there's been a number of them. This guy's not the first. He came around in 2020, but you're making fun. Listen, you claim to be a Christian, right? Just read your sentence right there. Is that something a Christian would do? Make fun of somebody? You in your videos keep saying that you're on the verge of being homeless if people don't support you. You keep saying that about your own self, that you're on the verge of being homeless and begging for people to donate. Now, I've never seen King Richard beg for anyone to donate anything to him. And he's also a million times better decoder than you. And he doesn't copy my work. He does his own decodes. And he doesn't claim to be the greatest decoder. Again, Joseph, you're not a great decoder. You're not bad at what you do, but you're not great at all, and you over decode. You'll do a decode on like a subway shooting, and you'll start writing like subway seat. Oh, look, subway seat equals Barack Obama Antichrist. It's like anyone with a brain watching this is going, is this guy a lunatic? How dumb is that decode? You don't know anything about history. That's why none of your decodes are ever connected to history. They're just about connecting number, and then using what you learned from me about the Jesuits in history. The things that you've remembered from me are the only things you can incorporate. There's literally zero interesting or new about your work. You haven't made one meaningful contribution ever. And then you'll sit here and leave comments like that in the chat claiming to be the holier than thou religious man, when anyone can go to your channel and watch how you're saying you're on the verge of being homeless and begging for people to donate. And then you and your wife post on my platform to promote yourself while slandering me, a platform that I pay a lot for each month. And I've let you post on there even though I don't like you. So again, you're not a good person. You're a representation of why Christianity, as far as I'm concerned, is a false religion full of shitty people. And again, just totally pathetic. Why are you attacking somebody for the situation that you're nearly in yourself? You keep saying the only way I can feed myself is by doing this work. Can you not go get a job? Can you not go get a job like a normal human being? The world doesn't need you to clone my decodes and present them as your own and then slander my name. That's not a meaningful contribution to anything. You're not helping further the work. You're not adding anything to the work. You're making it look bad. You make it seem like Obama's the devil and everything's about Obama. That's a joke. That's a bad joke. You're the same guy who was watching YouTube videos, no doubt, back when he became president, listening to Fox News, like a lot of people do down in Red Florida. And, oh, yeah, the first black president's the Satan. Yeah, that's why I don't respect most of your religion, because there's a lot of people that think just like that. They're racist. They're shitty people. They're selfish. They think they can be bad. They think they can be sinners and just believe in a story from a book, and then they're all's forgiven. You remind me of why I don't like that religion. Total hypocrite, horrible human being. If you guys don't know this turd, I just exposed how Aquaviva is the fifth. Here, let's go back and look at what just happened to his father, who he had no sympathy for. Again, I really do wonder. Let's go back and look at what happened to your father recently. It seemed way beyond coincidence. So he had no sympathy for his father. He talked about how his father was a loser drug addict who spent most of his life in jail. So I don't really feel like I'm being mean to him, because he talked about his father with no respect. They say don't speak ill of the dead. I mean, what is it when you're speaking ill of your dead father? So anyway, but it was curious because you do have the surname of the 5th Superior General of the Jesuits. And how did this work out again? It was weird that his father died on the 199th day of his age, the 46th prime. We know how Catholic and sacrifice is 46, and he lived in the St. Petersburg area for the majority of his life, named after St. Peter. St. Peter, 46, like sacrifice, like religion, like Catholic. The fifth superior general of the Jesuits was Aquaviva. From the anniversary of his passing to the anniversary of your father's passing in 3 out of 4 years, which is a factual statement, will be 201 days. 3 out of 4 years when you go to visit his grave, if you even do that since you disrespected him, it will be 201 days from the anniversary of the other Aquaviva's passing. I mean, that seems weird. You came here in 2020 when I was really shining a laser beam on the Jesuits in 201. That's when you showed up out of nowhere, accusing Sweet Lady of being a transgender and me being a transgender. Guy comes here, copies my work, and accuses us of being transgender. Oh, what a great Christian. His father's his father's name, wild. Joseph Vincent Aquaviva, 95, like the Jesuits in that 201-95 pairing. Yeah, so anyway, the weirdos around this community who try to co-opt the work, make it look bad, copy me while slandering my name. I mean, a lot of them. Oh, and Joseph came by and left this comment, said, again, just a false statement because he's addressing something that wasn't said. I pointed out that 3 out of 4 years, the death anniversary of his father will be 201 days from the death anniversary of the fifth superior general. Hold on. There's something I missed, though. What was the... Oh, that's right. Your father died 5 days after the Jesuit order's birthday, August 15th, when the fifth superior general was Aquaviva. And, you know, you that's what you did. You said, no, he died in Fort Pierce. Okay, Fort Pierce, 56, like Aquaviva. I don't know. It looks highly ritualistic. Joseph always says his favorite number is 222, and then his dad dies, and he doesn't even care about it. He talks about him like he's a bad person. His dad dies, synced up with the fifth superior general of the Society of Jesus. I don't know. It all looks mad suspect to me, especially when you keep hanging around talking shit. And again, how many people have an article on the Jesuit-run NFL team website for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? You got one about you. Why, raise the flags. Buck fan Joseph Aquaviva. Oh, yeah. Have you read the Bible, Joseph? Thou shalt not desecrate the flesh. Huh? There's Chunky Joseph. Standing 5'6", weighing 200, 30% body fat. Joseph, you'd make a good water boy. And here's another guy that Joseph works with. Another liar who claims the church. Steals my work, makes it look like shit. Just went on a popular YouTube channel and just did the worst gematria decode you've ever heard so that nobody will ever look at the subject again. Another fraud and liar. So beware, all of you guys who just go to people who claim to be Christians. You might be following really shitty human beings. Scammers, liars, frauds, people with no integrity. A lot of you religious, mind-controlled people think that somebody has to be in your same, mind control level of religion for you to even listen to a word they have to say. That's not a good thing. That's why religion was brought here, to keep people in groups, to keep sheep following bad people. Joseph claims to be about Jesus, but knows nothing of the Bible. None of his behavior is anything like the Bible. If you saw when he came on here, you saw how he conducted himself. Screaming, cussing, tirade in the middle of the night while his children are sleeping in the other room. Not even any concern for his own children. So no, don't come in here and talk about somebody who's a lot better person than you and then make fun of their living situation when you yourself have been saying as a marketing campaign, you're on the verge of being homeless. And if people don't support you, you're going to be out on the streets with your family. That's been coming out of your own mouth. Scumbag. Yeah, YouTube, another troll who came around and started making videos the same time as you. Yeah. All right. Adios, Joseph. Have a nice life, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. No, that guy's a total piece of shit. And again, he does remind me why I left the church as a 12-year-old. You know, I was pretty intelligent when I was 12, and I saw most people that were my age and older were not good people that were going to church. And all the little kids around me that were in Sunday school and confirmation class with me, I mean, they were not good people. But then they'd act like they were the sweetest little kids in Sunday school. And I just thought, what a fake show it is. Look how these kids act when they're not in here. But then when they're in Sunday school, man, they're just trying to act so good for the teacher. Like, that's not how they act out here. Trust me. And then for being the real one in Sunday school, I'm the one getting in trouble. The one asking the intelligent questions is the one getting in trouble. And that's how you just know religion's part of the fake control system. It's all bullshit. It all comes from Rome, just like the rest of it. Nobody wants to be questioned that's in an authority position. It's all garbage. And all of you who can't see it have little children's mindsets. Point blank, period. You think God writes books. You think God's going to punish you for using your human faculties. You know what? Just in light of Joseph Aquaviva, who is a piece of shit, Christianity kind of teaches you that you are a piece of shit, right? That's kind of like the Christian premise. You're a bad person. You're a sinner. Look at you. You saw a pretty girl and you got an erection, sinner. It's like, if you really think about it, it's like, so God built us in a way where like everything that's natural and human is apparently bad. But if I just believe in this book written by man and I go to church on Sunday and put money in the plate and drink Jesus's blood and eat his body, if my mom put the holy water on me when I was a child, then all is well. I mean, what is this? I mean, it's as dumb as everything else. It's as obviously transparently bullshit as everything else. God must be bad then. God made you a bad person. God made you so bad. Oh my God, you're attracted to women. You are bad. It's just a joke. You know, it's possible. It's possible that for people who don't know where Gematria Effect News came from, it was not initially my channel name. My channel name was just Zachary K. Hubbard. Chris Geo, who runs Truth Frequency Radio, or did, now it's a defunct radio network, but Chris Geo founded Truth Frequency Radio. He really insisted the name be Gematria Effect News, and I didn't want it to be that, but it became that. And then doing that weekly show on Wednesdays became the most popular thing I had going. So after my channel got deleted like 15 times, I just renamed it from Zachary K. Hubbard to Gematria Effect News. However, remember what? Here, let's go back and read Revelation 13. Let's make sure we understand the whole verse. Revelation 13, 18. Let's just pull it up. Remember, 666 has a decent side to it. And I'll tell you what else is true, though. The number 6 has always been attracted to yours truly. Revelation 13, 18. This calls for wisdom. King James Version would say, here is wisdom. Let the person who has insight calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. That number is 666. Remember, the Bible's full of 6. Man's made on the 6th day. God regrets making man in Genesis 6:6. Protestant Bibles are 66 books long. But 666 relates to the person who has insight and can calculate the number of the beast. So, and by the way, you know, for all of you guys who started adding up ciphers, that was never anything that I ever, that was other people's observation, but I never did a decode like that in my life. So, Gematria Effect News adding up to 666. Was Chris Geo a mad genius, or is it just the organic side of the code? Because you're looking at the man who had the wisdom to figure out the code behind the English language and bring it to the people that has now changed a lot of people's lives. And even that loser that I was just talking about, that same little loser in the chat who likely is part of this Jesuit cabal, who's been sent here as somebody to co-opt the movement and instigate and create division, who seemingly lost his dad in a perfect ritual synced up with the Superior General Aquaviva. I mean, that guy said he's feeding his family off the knowledge. It's the only money they make. Him copying my work and begging for donations, that's how he feeds himself. So. And just for the record, Again, the first 5 years I was here, I never raised a penny off this work. I never made any money off it. I didn't have any videos monetized, nothing. And for that, I went through a lot. I had my house burglarized and ransacked, lost a ton. Christmas Eve 2016, had a car crash through two walls of the house. Ended up having to pay $10,000 and some dollars out of my own pocket, in addition to what insurance covered, to get the house fixed. And never once in any of those situations did I ever come online and say, I need you guys to send me money right now, or I can't go on and do it the work. I figured out a way to meet all of the bills and situations like a man, not like a Joseph Aquaviva. Hey, if you guys don't send me money, I can't keep copying Zach's videos and begging for more money in the name of Jesus. I mean, guy just makes me sick. No, nobody should donate a penny to that guy. Total loser. Total loser. Frank Lopez says, the religious people I was forced to be around when I was young were absolute trash. Exactly. And all of their daughters ended up pregnant in their teens. Exactly. The girl I'm talking about that was in Sunday school with me, or confirmation class, pregnant at age 14. I mean, just, and I knew she was already a little skanky thing, even when we were 12. You could just tell. She was the one putting toilet paper in her trainer bra. She's trying to act like she had some big ones as a sixth grader. Those sick people just wanted grandkids to brag about. Yeah, I know, man. It's just like you want to find the biggest hypocrites on earth, you just go down to the church. I don't know what you mean. Do people stock follow you? Oh, do stock. Well, I've had some weird things happen, but most of the weirdo stuff has mostly ceased since I moved away from Seattle. When I was in the bigger city, I was dealing with a lot of weirdo stuff. Out here in this, well, since I moved to the smaller towns, I've had the FBI come out to my homes now 2 times, but I never had that happen when I was in the Seattle area. And that might be the consequence of being in a place where the FBI doesn't have as much to do. But I haven't really had to deal with, well, I got the weirdos who, like the people online who cyber stalk, but I haven't had to deal with much in my own life since I have a little fly right now. Yeah, I literally had the FBI come out here on February 7th this year, 201 days after my birthday. And what was weird is they were questioning me about people, account names who post in the live streams. I was like, yeah, I know that account name. I don't know the person. He's like, what about this name? I was like, this is unbelievable. But I'll tell you what it was. The weirdest thing about all the account names he was asking about is the same one that troll spends all his time online talking about. That same little troll that's in his car every day trolling us. All the same people he's attacking is the same people I had the FBI out here asking me about. And I was like, is this guy part of some federal operation? After all, remember who flew him out to New York? It was the same guy, you know. Here, you know what? Hold up. I'm going to see if I can figure out where something is real quick. I'm going to make a point about this. Whoops. Hit the wrong thing. What am I trying to do here? Man, this fly. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold up. Well, I don't know if I have it here right now. I might not be able to pull up what I want to pull up. Man. It's annoying because it's that cold time of year where flies are trying to get in and we have a covered doorway and all the flies just hang out by the front door right now. And anytime I got to open it, it's like 3 new ones flying every time. Hold up. All right, I almost got it. I want to bring up this image and then remind about your question. Hold on here. I think I got to stop this. No, hold on. I'm pretty Pretty sure there's a way to do it. Well, maybe not. I can't get it up here. I don't know how to do it. I was trying to put up the image from Oklahoma City when we went out there, but anyway, when we were out at Oklahoma City, this filmmaker came out. His name is Chris Emery, and he has a film about Oklahoma City. I thought it was kind of weird because he was waiting out there for me, and he said he came out to meet me. This is not the right Chris Emery. Let's see. This is him. So this guy comes out, and he took us. He hung out with us all day when we were out there for Oklahoma City, and he walked us around the town, and he told us about the way Oklahoma City used to be before the bomb went off. And again, look up his film. His film is really well done. He makes a big point about the officer who was investigating and ended up dead, and they blamed it on suicide, which is not what it looked like happened at all. But well, he was out there. There was somebody who was with us, and he pulled me aside and he said, "Listen, I need to warn you." He said, "That guy over there," he said, "that guy's a Fed." And I said to him, I said, "Really?" I said, "I don't think so." He said, "No, trust me, he's a Fed." And I said, "Really?" See, I was having trouble accepting this because at the time he'd been generous, and he when I first advocated for having this gathering at Oklahoma City, he put it out on his own channel. He said, "Yeah, hey, people should come do this." But I'll tell you, in hindsight, putting all this together, that guy had been trolling my channel for years until I promoted the Oklahoma City thing. And then I still remember his video that he did. He said he was changing his tune on me because he said he saw that I was the only person in the world who was seemingly on the tube putting out information and trying to make something happen. So I just think about back all this now, like how he trolled for years, but then that was the turning point. And then he wanted to promote the Oklahoma City thing. And then he came out there. But then this guy, when he saw him, he said that he knew he was a Fed. And I didn't want to believe it. And to me, honestly, I'm not trying to slight the guy who came out and was a supporter, but I mean, his education level, you guys, it's like not beyond third grade. And in fact, I don't even think he has a third grade education level. So I'm having trouble imagining like how you could be that poorly educated and be a third grader. But also, there's weird. Here, I'll tell you all the things that are weird about that guy. When I went out to Buffalo, he supposedly has a tire shop in the area, and I needed new tires. And so that's what he says how he makes his money, that he runs a tire shop, but he never talks about his business. So when I was out there, I said, "Hey, I need new tires. Can I come by and get tires at your shop?" And he's like, nah, just go to some other tire shop. So I thought that was weird. I was like, why wouldn't he want me to come by and get tires at his shop? I thought this is his business. So anyway, I didn't go by. And again, so how does he have money? What does he really do? He might not be that educated, but is he some kind of like Fed informant? Is he some kind of thing like, not to promote, what's the fat guy who makes the documentaries? Michael Moore. Michael Moore, his Fahrenheit 9/11 movie, he points out in that movie how much federal money went to paying people that are like meant to infiltrate groups that speak out against government. So if he really is a Fed, like Chris Emery was saying, there are suspicious things. I wanted to put up the photo from Oklahoma City because he has this thing around his neck that's like, what is that supposed to be? And now that I look at it hindsight, it's almost like it looks like it's some kind of badge. But he is the guy who flew out the little weirdo gas station attendant to, again, the guy who Chris Emery accused of being a Fed. He is the guy who paid for him to come out to New York, and he's been pretty much trolling ever since. And he is the same guy who's complaining about all these different screen names who the Feds literally came out here and asked me about. And I was like, yeah, I know that screen name. I don't know. It just say he had like 5-6 names. Yes, yeah, I know that screen name. I don't know the person. But it was just so weird. I was like, how are the Feds coming out here 201 days after my birthday to ask me about screen names that post routinely in my chat? And Yeah, so just in terms of weird stuff, there hasn't been too much in person in recent years, but the weirdos online, and just like even the Joseph Aquavivas of the world, who I was just talking about, these are the weirdos we have to deal with. This fly is the weirdo I have to deal with right now. Damn. Shout out to Sarah Sutherland. Weekend at Bernie's White House edition about Jimmy. Yeah, indeed, indeed. They got the never ending jokes. So, all right. I got to do something about this fly. About to bring out the swatter. Um, yeah, I think that's it for now. So, thank you again to everyone who supports the work. Oh, look, our Christian's back under his other account. Um, Here, you know what? Just for entertainment, because people love the drama and entertainment. Here, let me drop a link for you real quick. Here's what I really want you to come on here and do. What I really want you to come on here and do is tell me one innovation you've brought to this research. One thing that you've brought that's new, one new piece of information, something that nobody else has done before, a great historical observation and connection. Just come on and tell me one. And if you can tell me one, I'll apologize to you for saying that you haven't brought anything new to the work, because I literally don't know anything new that you brought to the work. And the phrase Barack Obama Antichrist is not anything. That's just something that makes the work look stupid. One meaningful thing that adds value to the knowledge and helps prove the worthiness of all of the research. Come on. Here, I just dropped the link for you. Come on and give me one thing. Because here's the way I see you. I see you as like a leech. A leech is how I would describe you. A leech. You come on and copy what I've done, claim it as your own research, which is fine in itself, because I don't mind if people get out the work. But then the other thing you do is you slander my name, and you talk bad about Sweet Lady and make up all this stuff. And you've never apologized for it. So yeah, I just see you as a piece of shit. And again, I mean, again, here's the supposed Christian leaving comments like this. And here, just to add some humor to your comment, I've never been attracted to a man, and that's why I think that's another thing I don't like that Christianity does, that it demonizes people who are gay. I think a lot of people really are born gay, because I mean, as a heterosexual man, I can't ever imagine wanting to have sex with another man, suck off another man, get smashed by another dude. I just like, that's so repulsive to me. So I feel like the only way for that to happen is either you're born that way, or it's kind of like the movie Freddy Got Fingered. If you've seen that movie, the dude from American Pie, he has to get like a anal exam, and he figures out that, oh, he really likes the feeling. I know that a lot of people who are abused as children sexually, they learn to like the feeling, and then and again, it's kind of weird how the two most Jesuit neighborhoods in America are also two of the biggest gayest neighborhoods in America. And I'm talking about the Castro, and I'm talking about Capitol Hill in Seattle. It's where the Jesuit universities are right by, in San Francisco and Seattle. But that said, Joseph, I mean, you're a mean guy, so hopefully you can handle this. That said, I have seen your wife, and I might actually rather fuck some dudes than your wife. And that's just to make a point. So that's not saying I want to fuck any dudes. It's saying your wife is the definition of a paper bag. And it's not even that. It's not even a paper bag. It's just like she must be with one little nasty, fat, ugly fucker too. So anyway. I dropped the link again for you, Joseph, so you can come on and tell us one thing that you brought to the table. Maybe you and your wife can come on together. How about both together, so everyone can see how pretty she is? We know you two aren't out on the nude beaches in Florida. Yeah, I don't care if the trolls cut it up. Come get the original quote. Joseph, you're still in the chat. How come you're not coming on to tell us one thing that you brought to the research? Come on and tell us why you're making fun of a King Richard's living situation when you're telling people you're on the verge of being homeless. Is that a made-up story too? Or are you lying about that just to get super chats, donations? Is that also a made-up story? All right. Anyway, Joseph's not going to show up, so you don't get a post in the chat either. Go make another account. You can't even keep your lies straight. Yeah, you did. That's the thing about liars. You can't even keep your lies straight. I'm not going to go back and take the time to clip all your lies, but you have been saying that you're totally broke. You got to pay the bills. You're in really bad shape. You know, you're trying to hang on. You're trying to keep a roof over your family's head. Yeah, these are all things you've been saying. This is what I do for work. I need you guys to support it. What you do for work is copy my work. That's not a real job. That's lame. You're a leech, you know? You're a leech. That's what you are. Joseph Leech. Hold up. I do want to get this photo up here. Hold up. I want to get this photo up here. There's got to be a way to do it. I've done it before. Maybe you have to turn it to a PDF. Is that what you got to do? Let's try this again as a PDF. All right. I think this is going to work. Whoops. Wrong thing. Oh my God. See, ever since we did this, there's been a lot of trouble around here. All right, I think I got it. Oh my God, how does it turn out sideways? What's up with that? Hold on, I still don't got it. I don't know why whenever you convert anything to a PDF, it just puts it on its side. It's like it wasn't on its side by default. I almost got it. Bear with me. We're troubleshooting this whole thing. Are you kidding me? What? I put it on its side and now what? Oh my God. I hate computers, man. All right. All right. I think it's going to work this time. 10th time's the charm. You know who showed up? Instead of Joseph Aquaviva, he's got the gas station attendant in here for him. Here, you know what, gas station attendant? I might give you one more chance after I bring this up because it fits in with what I'm about to say. But oh my God, I really don't get this. Why is it that when I make the PDF the right way, then I can't put it up here? This is stupid. This is maddening. Like, what in the world? All right. I don't know. It lets me put up the image sideways, but then when I try to put it up the right way, it doesn't. This is just bizarre. Oh my goodness. I literally don't get it. All right, hold on. Maybe it finally worked. All right, here we go. Here we go. So this photo right here, it was just before this photo that Chris Emery comes over and says, "You got a Fed in your group and you need to be careful." And I just didn't want to accept it. But this guy has brought around this weirdo, the gas station attendant, who now sits here and harasses every single day, and has like been calling my mom and calling my wife and harassing her at work. And then you'll notice whenever this guy live streams, he's always got the weird. He's like the only guy who's in his live streams, that same little weirdo. And he's always like, "Oh yeah, what's up, Cuts? What's up, Cuts?" And then in the same video, he's like, "Yeah, those Gematria community, that's just a bunch of like weirdo, mentally ill people." It's just like, dude, you're like interacting with a guy who's clearly mentally ill. And yeah, it's just crazy. But again, just everything that he didn't want me to come get tires at his supposed tire shop, which probably doesn't exist. Just hangs around online. And that's what he did the whole time I was here, until all of a sudden he wanted to come out to Oklahoma City. He's the guy right in the front, you guys, right in the front. What's around his neck? Doesn't it like remind you of like a police badge? It's like, what was he wearing that day? Was that supposed to be like symbolic of the Fed badge? I look back at that now, I'm like, weird thing to wear. Weird thing to wear. Chris Emery is like, trust me, he's a Fed. But I couldn't get Chris to tell me how he knew he was a Fed, which, and see, I was already weirded out about Chris Emery himself, because I was like, I don't know this guy. How did he come out? I didn't know you knew me or followed my work. However, you might recall I brought him on for a live stream. It was a great live stream. He had a lot of information. I like his documentary, but I was weirded out about all that too. I was like, I didn't know this guy was aware of who I am, and he's out here waiting to meet me, and then he wants to hang out with us all day. And then he's at the end of the day, he's telling me that this guy's a Fed in our camp. So, I'm not sure if somebody just jumped in the stream named Richard, but Cuts just dropped out, and now somebody came back, Richard. I'm not sure this isn't Cuts trying to be sneaky to get on here, but maybe it's also King Richard. We'll see. Richard.
Yo, what's up, man?
Is this Richard?
Yeah, it is me. It's
okay.
Me. Okay. Man, I seen what Joseph put out there, man. That's a lie. Like that's a complete lie, man. I'm not homeless. You know, yeah, I'm in my car, but I'm at work, so I'm on my break right now, actually. But yeah, and he's always saying that I'm broke and that I'm begging for. I never once begged for money, man.
Well, I already defended your name, and I didn't know what your situation was, but I know that he's literally online telling people he's on the verge of being homeless, and he needs you to send money right now.
I seen that he was literally crying, like almost crying, that he needed money because he was going to be homeless. Yeah. He's saying that I'm homeless. I'm not. I never, and even if I was, I wouldn't beg people for money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and again, you actually do great decodes. You don't need to look at somebody else's decode to decode. You just know how to do it. You're always finding things that I overlook. Oftentimes you'll beat me to the decode.
Right.
That guy, all he does is sit around here and hang and watch my website every day, and then go out and regurgitate the video and put his Obama spin on it, and then beg for money.
He'll say Obama's the Antichrist. He'll say Akhenaten Obama equals 666.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I've seen that many times. So yeah, he's sitting here like talking all kinds of shit about me. It's like, man, I thought you're a Christian. You know, look how you're operating. You're talking shit about another man, talking shit about other people. Do you claim to be Christian? That's not the Christian way.
For anybody who wants to hear Joseph in his own words, just go back a couple months when he came on the live stream, and it was the middle of the night. It's like probably 1 a.m. Where he's at in Florida, and he's just like screaming and cussing left and right with his kids sleeping in the other room. I mean, it shows you who he is. I mean, it's not a good look.
I mean, he is a former like Bucks fan. He does have the big Bucks mobile, the big Cadillac with the Buccaneers logo all over it. But
Yeah.
Yeah, and not only that, he was saying in the chat too. He was like, "Oh, it wasn't 201 days; it was 202 days later." It's like doesn't even that even makes even the more of a point because Skull and Bones equals 202. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
yeah,
Brady went down to Tampa back when Joseph was still a big fan of the team in
right,
the Skull and Bones ritual. Yeah.
right,
And again, it is still true that his dad died 5 days after the Jesuit order's birthday. Aquaviva was the fifth superior general of the Jesuits in 3 out of 4 years, and every non-leap year, his death anniversary is going to be 201 days from the
right.
anniversary of Aquaviva's death. I don't think it's an accident. Where does this guy just come from out of nowhere? And it immediately had an impact with the trolls because everyone's posting his videos on mine, like, "Oh, this guy's exposed Zach as an Illuminati, as a Jesuit himself." It's like, who the fuck's this guy?
Yeah, I've seen people, try to say you're connected to Aaron Hubbard too, which is it's just bullshit. It's just
Yeah, that's
bullshit.
Derek's work, and
Yeah.
and
Yep.
again, there's no connection.
Right. Right. No, I seen a video like posted 2 years ago. Some guy was trying to sit there and say, "Oh, he's connected to Aaron Hubbard," and I was like, "How disingenuous," you know what I mean? But anyway, I figured I'd get on here and speak here a little bit. I was gonna call in yesterday, but kind of got busy with work and stuff like that. But figured I'd call it a day. It's only right. So.
What do you think about a guy like the Matrix? Do you think he could possibly be a Fed?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, look who he brought out to New York and Oklahoma. Did he bring Cuts one to Oklahoma City too,
He
or?
didn't bring Cuts to Oklahoma City, but he brought him to New York. He brought
Oh, okay.
that other guy though to Oklahoma City, the one that
Oh,
paints
okay.
his fingernails.
Yeah. Will.
Yeah, Lil
What's his
Willie.
name? Will.
Lil Willie.
Big Mike. Yeah, Lil
Seriously,
Willie.
and that's the thing you got to ask yourself too. Who goes on a cross-country road trip with a gay man who isn't gay? So I think that's another thing there about Yeah, right.
He also brought the other lady there that's squatting down Angel Baby, right? Am I correct? Or she flew out on her own accord?
See, and those three keep getting together in Florida, down
Right.
where Joseph Aquaviva lives. So it does all look like it's some kind of network. And there's something definitely wrong with Angel Baby. She kept making excuses in Buffalo why she couldn't leave, and then she'd rack up again, you guys. Let me tell you how Angel Baby is, who's friends with Yeah Right. So I didn't know. I asked her not to come out to Buffalo first of all, but then she calls me in the middle of the night that she's just touched down and she doesn't have anywhere to stay and she needs a ride from the airport. So I'm like, oh great. So I'm already not getting any sleep. Now I'm not getting any sleep. So then I bring her back and she says she can just stay in my room with me. I said, no, that's okay. I'll get you your own room. And then even after I got her room, she comes in and knocks on my door and comes and sits on my bed. And I was like, okay, I don't know if she thinks I'm not into chicks that look like Angel Baby. I'll just put it that way. But, and plus I'm with Sweet Lady. So I'm just like, ow, you got your own room. But then she was only going to be there for 3 days. But then after the third day, she said her flight was canceled, which didn't make any sense. There was nothing wrong with the weather. And then she said she'd fly out the next day, but then she didn't fly out the next day either. And all she did the whole time she was there is just slow me down. The first morning that I'm there to go out, she says she'll be out in a minute and has me sitting in the hotel lobby for over an hour. And then what I noticed is when her and Yeah Right met up, it was like they knew each other. I was just like, how are they so tight? So that's why I'm pretty sure this is all some little weirdo network that just sits and hangs around.
Oh, no doubt about it, man. I mean, just look at Gas Station Boy. He's sitting there still trolling for going on a year now.
Exactly, over a year. It started in February of 2023. I mean, we're a year and 8 months in now.
Right. Yep. And I'll never forget the guy used to call me and he would, sneak diss and say, "Oh, like, I don't think, going around, the nation, talking about, numbers is gonna do anything." And then here he is, like, what, talking shit now? That was back in like June of 2023.
Yeah. But the thing about Yeah Right too is he was always a troll until I started him and that other guy in 1984 would always troll my channel.
I've been here.
Yeah, and then they want to come out to Oklahoma City, so that's why it all starts to make sense. Really looking at it.
Right. Yeah. Well, anyway, Zach, thank you for letting me on. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Richard. Keep up the good work. Take care, man.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, and you know what? I really don't want to give it. Yesterday when I was doing the live stream, this guy was in the. If you've ever done StreamYard, they have it called the backstage. Like if you guys join this link right now, you'll go in the backstage, and then I have to invite you on the stage. So like Cuts is always in the backstage. He's in there right now. But yesterday he was just sitting back there, just flipping me off in the backstage for like, how long were you sitting back? How long were you back there just flipping me off yesterday, Cuts? Don't you have a life? Cuts, why are you sitting backstage flipping me off?
Do you still not have a job, Quackery? Is that you? Is that you frauding in the morning? Is that you, Quackery, over there with your rat matria, slandering and frauding with Fat King Snitcher, Richard Joseph?
See, again, you listen to this guy just coming on, talking nonsense, talking in circles, wasting his time. Richard didn't come on and slander anybody. He just came on and defended his own name. And yeah, again. But yeah, no, I mean, just these weirdos that are just constantly hanging around trying to be a nuisance. I mean, who sits in the back room and like he's there again, flipping people up. Here he was. Here, Cuts, if you want to come on, you got to have your face on the screen. You can't turn it off when I put you on. You got to come on and show people your face. I want people to see the face. Here he is. Here he is.
Hey, you're a snitch, Zachary K. Hubbard. Mighty Networks is the CIA. You're a bitch. You're an agent provocateur. You've been snitching on me 24/7 for a year fucking straight. Go straight to hell. Curse on you and your face.
This is, you guys, for a year and a half, he's been saying the same things over and over. This guy's literally on stream calling the IRS on me, calling the feds on me, calling Sweet Lady's work and falsely accusing her of harassing him. Nobody does anything to him. He just sits here and harasses us and then accuses us of doing what he's doing. But he keeps calling me a snitch. I haven't called anyone on you. You're literally on live streams calling the IRS and the feds and calling Sweet Lady's work and then calling people snitches. I mean, come on, man. And here's what I want you guys to understand that's crazy about people like him. He has a video that's still up on his channel going on a tirade calling Jay would open eyes the N-word about 1,000 times in an hour period. The video is still up on YouTube. Somehow it hasn't violated the terms of service. But Jay takes a clip, one clip of him going off on this end tirade and then responds to it. And Jay gets a strike on his channel for violating the terms of service and is suspended for a week. So why is it a little weirdo like Cuts can call somebody the N-word 1,000 times, not have any consequences, and then the guy who's attacked can have his channel taken down? What it reminds me of also is when Montegraph was threatening me back when I was 33 years old.
Hey, someone go attack your bitch ass lying in front.
Okay, mute.
No, someone go attack your bitch.
Remove. What it reminds me of is Montegraph was threatening me for Christmas Eve, the day that the car ended up crashing through my house. And then what's weird is if you go over to Cuts' channel, Montegraph will be in his live stream sometimes. But anyway, the reason I'm making that point is because when I after the car crashed through the house, I made a video saying, look what happened after Montegraph threatened me for Christmas Eve. I got struck, and I already had like 2 strikes at the time, so I ended up being suspended for 2 weeks for playing the clip of him threatening me. So again, that's what I mean. There's certain people that are around here where like Cuts, he is like some little schizophrenic weirdo, but he's also like, he's not like treated like a normal civilian. If you guys look, he supposedly got arrested at 7:47 p.m. at his work site for felony assault, but then he was out of jail the next day, and he still works at the same place. How many of you could get felony assault at your workplace and retain your job? You know what I mean? It's like, what is going on with these people? Who really owns that gas station? That gas station he works at, who owns that? Because he does these weirdo live streams from there while working. He's going off on crazy rants at the counter of the Chevron at the station he works at. Here, Cuts, let me know how you got arrested at 7:47 for felony assault at your workplace and you still work there. I'm curious about that one. I've never seen anything like it. And at 7:47, it almost seems like some kind of psyop. Tell me about it, Cuts.
Okay, so you want to know about it, motherfucker? You want to lie and slander and fraud on me and make up your little rat garbage because you're snitch ass snitching 24/7 online, you little bitch? I'll tell you, fucking rat faggot, you piece of trash. So you want to know, motherfucker? I bailed myself out. Some fucking faggot snitch rat motherfucker just like you wanted to come try it with me, motherfucker, and it didn't work out too well for you fucking scum. Some motherfucker that was beating women that I lived with. Some motherfucker that was supposed to be my friend. Some motherfucker that was my roommate that was like beating up his girlfriend in my house, beating up women, so like targeting women, and fucking like he crashed some bitches. He like beats up women, tries to rape women. Fuck off.
All right, so again, felony assault at his workplace. There's the reason for it. He must be. If you guys haven't met Cuts, he's about 5'2". Cuts is a big, tough guy. He's about 5'2". And by the way, his birth name is spelled Erin, like how a girl spells Aaron. You can look it up, Aaron Fleming, Erin. You can look up his criminal history, his felony assault at his workplace that somehow he retained his job. But yeah, what else is weird is his father is also transgender. You know, we don't want to dead name him, but apparently Aaron has also transitioned and just kept the original name, which is kind of cool. I haven't seen anybody else do that that's transgender. So yeah, 5'2" Cuts. Something just doesn't make sense about this one. Oh yeah, he is super classy, just like Joseph. Joseph's that classy too. That's why he didn't come on today. He didn't want to make himself look even worse. So anyway, I do have work to get back to, but everybody loves a little fun drama, and I do sympathize with Cuts. You know, he's always in the back room. He really wants to get on, and it's never very productive, but something about that voice does make a lot of people giggle. Cuts. One question. How many months of testosterone pills have you taken in your lifetime?
0. You're the snitch. You called the police on me. You're the one that has the FBI come and you inform on the trolls about them. You're a snitch. Mighty Networks is the CIA.
No. Anyone can pay for a Mighty Networks account. Is it the CIA? You could argue that all of big tech is the surveillance state, but Mighty Networks' one pledge is that they will not censor, which is why I decided to go with that platform. Are they the CIA? They're a lot. If they are, they're a lot less worse than anything else that's out there because everything else is censoring. So, but yeah, I mean, the whole world of big tech is suspect. So I'll give them that much at least. Cuts reminds me of the Johnny Cash song, "A Boy Named Sue." Well, his voice, if you've ever met a woman who transitioned to being a man, they get kind of these funny voices from taking the testosterone pills. And the only voice I've ever heard like Cuts are the two transgender people that I used to know in Seattle. One I worked with, and the other one was their friend. And I just noticed how both of them were women that transitioned to men. And both of them had like these funny voices where it almost sounds like a lady's voice, got a little gruffiness and a little bit of bass to it, kind of like Aaron. Here, we'll try it out one more time. It sounds just like this.
Where did you get you so you claim you got gematria from the Kabbalah, but it's not Jewish, right?
So it sounds just like that. Oh man. Anyway, enough of that. Sarah, I appreciate it. Sarah, save that money. Save that money, Sarah. You are the most generous person ever. Again, Sarah's donated enough for a lifetime and 5 lifetimes beyond that. But thank you, Sarah. All right. We'll leave it there for now. And trolls be warned. I'm telling you, you're not going to make yourselves look better around here. You know, that other lispy little guy, yeah, he might be good at cutting up and editing videos, and you guys might feel better about yourself when you go over there and you guys all have your troll fest jerk-offs, but that channel's not anything either. We all know what happened when he got on the stream with me and we debated. He looked like a fool, and his friend took the stream down, so he didn't have to look so humiliated. That's why he doesn't put himself on camera. It's why he doesn't use his own voice. His voice sounds even worse than Cuts's. But yeah, it was a good time in Oklahoma City. It's just there's been a ton of consequences ever since this day. There have been a lot of repercussions since we went out. and exposed Oklahoma City like it was never exposed before. And by the way, if you haven't seen our work on Oklahoma City, it's nothing but 201s on the anniversary of Ignatius of Loyola becoming the first superior general of the Jesuits. Timothy McVeigh, 201. Terry Lynn Nichols, 201. Mercury Marquis, the car they were arrested in, 201. Arrested on a Wednesday, named after Mercury. By the way, Mercury equals 103. Last night, the Dodgers picked up their 103rd win of the season on a Wednesday, 103 days after Ohtani's birthday. I said, watch, Ohtani's going to have a big old game. Most likely clue is here. Dodgers picking up that 103rd win on a Wednesday, 103 days after Ohtani's birthday. You know, Ohtani went yard, 3-run home run, already had an RBI before that, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it, wait, maybe, I can't remember. I have to go double check if it was a 2-run home run or a 3-run home run, but he definitely put the game away. The big old bomb. Yeah, again, you take this knowledge, you guys, from the world of sports, world of news, world of rig selections. Nothing else shines a brighter light, so. Cats is so desperate in the back room to get back on. Oh my God! Don't you just wish Cuts would just like answer a question reasonably? The guy never answers a question reasonably. Just keeps ranting on about the same things, accusing others of what he does. It's like, how can you keep calling the work fraudulent? Here, you know what? I just, since he's back there with his middle fingers up and just so desperately wants to get on, Cuts here. How many? I mean, seriously, the day before this happened, I covered the dead rapper whose age of death connected to his record label. Now you got Liam Payne dead the next day at 31, and he's on Columbia Records. And here, let's just go back to how I started in 2013 with just these two ciphers. Columbia, he's dead on the day, leaving 76 days left in the year at 31. Cuts, how is this work fraudulent when there's a song out there called Murder by Numbers, where killings as simple as ABC is 1, 2, 3. And then day after day, there's these rituals. A dead musician at age 31 on Columbia Records on the day leaving 76 days on there. Like, what about this? What we're exposing is fraudulent. I feel like we're exposing the most evil thing there ever was that people need to understand so that it can be stopped. So there doesn't have to be the murder of 31-year-olds. How do you explain this away as a coincidence every day and then the work's fraudulent when it literally has lined up every single day that I've been exposing it, which started in August of 2013. So, again, just right here, Cuts, this is what I want you to explain. How is this a coincidence? And why is it, I mean, and is it not true that the day before I talked about the dead rapper dead at 52, whose label Ironworks equals 52? I mean, and have I not talked about the same thing 1,000 times? So how's this a coincidence?
Yes. Let's debate your fake gematria, or you kick rocks off of YouTube right now, you fucking coward fucking fraud. Quit cutting me off. Your gematria is fake. It's not gematria. It's not from the Kabbalah. It doesn't match gematria. It's not there's nowhere in the definition of gematria does it say where it's 4 ciphers of English. And for you to claim that you only knew 2 ciphers in English when you first started means that you never learned gematria, because gematria is Hebrew, you stupid rat fucking shill. Are you Jewish, motherfucker? Because gematria is Jewish. There's not 4 ciphers in gematria. Go read the definition. Go read the definition of gematria, you stupid fucking scumbag. Where the fuck is your 4 ciphers from in the Kabbalah, motherfucker? Explain that. You little coward-ass bitch. What the matter? Cat got your tongue?
No, I put it up on the screen, Cuts.
That's not gematria. That's not gematria. That's just some cipher of English and numerology in English. Gematria is Hebrew, you stupid fuck. There's
Again, that's why it's just you're just talking to a psychopath. Gematria is the practice of coding numbers into words. It did start in Hebrew. Anyone who's read my first book, Letters and Numbers, knows that. That's exactly how I begin explaining it, and how there is a lot of overlap with English and Hebrew and what's in the Old Testament, the Torah, where gematria within Hebrew is mostly studied. And then again, there's this big, long pattern of it within English as well, and other languages. And yes, there is gematria within English. Anyone can read any definitions anywhere. And nobody ever said there's just 4 ciphers either, Cuts. That's why it's just weird that you would just sit there and just keep making the same false arguments when anyone could just read chapter 1 of my book and see like, oh, everything he's saying is not true. Again, Faith Giovanni's book, The Divine Triangle from the 1970s, says there's over 100 different ciphers of gematria within use in the English language. Back then, that was mind-blowing to me because I only knew the alphabetic order and alphabetic order with numerology, the same two that Manly P. Hall mentions in The Secret Teachings of All Ages. But again, these things aren't an accident. And, you know, people who have read my work and you know, aren't mentally ill, there's a Jewish man, for example, who read my book, Number Games, which begins with a big explanation of 74 and everything beyond this. Just the post office. But again, what he said is that it was enlightening to him because as he grew up with a Jewish boy, his father was a Jewish rabbi, and he had a huge number 74 on the wall, and he never explained to his son why 74 was on the wall. And again, do a little more digging. Look into what 74 represents in the Hebrew code. And remember, any Jewish rabbi will tell you that gematria comes back to energy. So why is it that in the English language, all of these words are 74? English, gematria, occult, energy, Jewish, Masonic. Masonry is based in Jewish teachings. It's based in the Kabbalah, which is traditionally Jewish, but Kabbalah has been adopted into many different things, which anyone can research and look up. So again, there's my retort. Let's see how Cuts responds. He says, "Let's debate." I'm laying down the arguments, and he's not responding to them. He's just denying the evidence. So, all right, how do we respond, Cuts? How do we respond now?
Yeah, so you're wrong. Gematria in Hebrew and gematria in English do not have any overlap or correlation. 74.
No, I mean, there's no point in listening to this, you guys, because it's just totally false. God, the four-letter name of God in the Tetragrammaton equates to 26, just like God equals 26, just like there's a 26-letter alphabet, clearly paying tribute to the belief in Kabbalah that God created the world with numbers, letters, and words. So again, I mean, there's no point in talking to that person. They're just a troll saying the same things every day, which are completely false. And yeah, I mean, you lost the debate. Sorry. You don't win the debate by lying and denying facts. You've never even been close to winning the debate. You're just a little weirdo with no life, and seemingly just have special privileges to be able to call people, do the things that you do. I mean, you guys, the things he's gotten away with on YouTube, talking about killing people over and over, murdering people, pulling out a knife, saying he's going to stab people to death, calling black people the N-word, and his videos just stay up. I mean, that's crazy. We can't even talk about January 6th and accurately forecast it before it happens without getting taken down for medical misinformation. You know what I mean? And I'll remind you guys, when he met me down in California, he met me to go to all the big tech places together. He was there at the YouTube studio, and then he went over to Facebook and on and on and on. So that might be part of why he has special privileges and can get away with doing things on social media that no one else can. Yeah, there are a lot of suspicious characters around the work, and yeah, I mean, it comes with the territory. We're exposing things that aren't supposed to be exposed, but we will not be deterred. Oh, snap. Another UFC fighter's dead at 38 before UFC 308. Let's remind about this little pattern right here. Gematria. There's a song out there, Gematria, the killing name. English, killing, energy again. All these 38 words over and over with the death. Energy, killing, English, gematria, all 38. A song, literally, Gematria, the killing name in English. The song Murder by Numbers, where killing's as simple as ABC is 1, 2, 3. The movie poster for Murder by Numbers back there. Here, let me make it bigger. Let me make it bigger. The E's a 3, the B's an 8. 38 murder. And see, you know, once upon a time, that's why and it was the end of 2016 where we started running the alphabetic order in reverse. I knew that 38 was connected to death and killing. Death is 38 in the most simple cipher. But again, when we learned to just run it in reverse, I was like, look at that. Murders 38 in reverse. Are you kidding me? RIP's 38 when you just run the alphabetic order in reverse. I mean, that's how, from looking at 3 years of just running it with just the two ciphers, once we ran it in reverse, we're like, oh, this is clearly the other half of the code. But let's see. Guillerme? I mean, hard to say, Spanish name. His whole name is hard to say. Vasconcelos. I can't say this guy's name, but dead at 38. I mean, that news broke yesterday, huh? So this broke on 10/15. And look, here. Lucifer, Masonic, killing. If you look it up, there's something called the Lucifer number, and it's 741. That's the 38th triangular number. Isn't it interesting that Lucifer equals 38 in English? And 741 has the key digits 7 and 4. But you see how Lucifer, Masonic, and killing are all perfect overlap? Well, nearly. Masonic's got the one differentiation. But 1015 is a lot like 115. Same stuff over and over. Guillerme Bamba, an MMA fighter who competed in the UFC and Bellator and dated Demi Lovato, is dead at 38 years old. His family and members of the fighting community said on Tuesday. The cause of death is not known at this time. Well, it is. It is. Here, just since he's back there with his middle fingers up, what do you say to 11 years of exposing 38 ritual murder?
It's straight garbage for you.
All right. Oh man, here let's check out this Demi Lovato parallel because they had to drop that right in the first paragraph. Let's see. Demi Lovato. She's the one that's been battling drug addiction, right? She turned 32 on August 20th. What day did he die? They said on Tuesday. So the news breaks on the 15th. Tuesday would have been the 14th. If I'm not mistaken, he's dead 55 days after her birthday, or on her 56th day of her age. And 55, you know, like blood sacrifice is 257, the 55th prime. And of course, Satan is 55. And who are they sacrificing all these people to? Here, let's see. Demi Lovato, 55. I mean, so cuts, I mean, just in real time, I mean, that's what we've been doing for 11 years, just pointing these things out. So they have to point out that he's dead 55 days after, well, he's connected to Demi Lovato. And then we go, well, look, she's dead. He's dead 55 days after her birthday. And then you run her name and it equals 55. So
yeah, you're a shill selling necromancy and death and fake gematria. That's not gematria.
I mean, just necromancy, guys, is communicating with the dead. Has anyone ever seen me on this channel in the who knows how many videos I made now? Have you ever seen me communicating with the dead? Have we ever done that over here? We're exposing what's happening to the dead so that hopefully it doesn't happen to more people. But here, let me just make sure I had the math right. August 20th to October 14th. August 20th, October 14th. Yeah, 55 days. 55 days. And like I was just saying, you know, that number is something else. And then it does connect to Demi Lovato. Did she come up on the Disney Channel too? Is she another one of these Disney ones? She was on the X Factor as well, man. Watch out if you're on the X Factor. She was Charlotte Adams on the Disney Channel. Yeah, she did start on the Disney Channel. Everyone taking that. And see, I mean, if the knowledge got out, all these things deserve to get shut down. Disney deserves to get shut down. It is wicked as everything. It is wicked as everything. She put out her 4th studio album on Israel's birthday, huh? Hey, let's see. Demi Lovato discography. When did her last album come out? I don't know if she's still active. One time I really seen her in the news is like battling the drug addiction thing. First album came out September 23rd, 2008. 16 years ago. Don't forget. She put out an album called Holy Fuck and spelled it with a V. That is wicked. Come on, man. Hold on. Did we cover this when it came out? Let me see if we covered this. Because I see that album cover and I'm reminded about that. Album poster banned 145 days after its release and 144 days after her birthday. Catholic Jesuit, right? Red, black, and white colors, Jesuit colors. Oh my God. That's what I say, everybody. That's what I say every time somebody says this works a coincidence. I'm like, what is wrong with everybody? "787 days after that album came out, 112 weeks. He died on the day, leaving 78 days left in the year. Jesuits 78. The Catholic Church is 87, like the Pope's 87. And Jesuits operate in 112 countries. So look how they say, got to say 16,000 Jesuits. The Jesuits since the 16th century operate in 112 countries. They got to put that together. It says my stream was interrupted to X. But at some point, the X stream must have kicked in because there are more people in here now. All right. Cuts left a message. He said he wants to debate. Cuts, when you debate, though, you have to address the points that are made, not just, if you will, regurgitate the rat garbage. You know, because it's like all you do. I mean, here just came another example, right? And just in real time, it just comes through. I mean, you know, I've been teaching about 38 and death in the celebrity world since forever. And then we see they got to mention Demi Lovato, and we go, wow, she died. He died 55 days after her birthday. Is there a Demi Lovato? Oh, well, do you know there is? And then see, like, to come back and say that what we're doing is bullshit just shows that you're too low of an IQ to understand the significance of the super repetitiveness of all this, or you're being a shill and you're being dishonest and you're twisting things and saying, no, that's necromancy when it doesn't have anything to do with necromancy. We're not communicating with the dead. Again, I want to hear a real argument how this is a coincidence. Another unexplained death of a young athlete. I mean, look at you, Cuts. You're in your 40s. You've been a drug addict. You apologized to me last February 2023. You said that the reason you went off on a tirade on me online was that you were doing too much coke and you needed to settle down so your heart didn't burst. That's what you said about your own self. I accepted your apology, but then you were back to trolling like 3 days later, and you've been trolling ever since. So I'm just saying, like a drug addict like you, who doesn't really take care of themselves, sits around on their ass all day, smokes weed, drinks alcohol, you're still ticking, yet an athlete, all these athletes is dropping dead at these young ages over and over. I mean, what are the odds of this, Cuts? With your own life as somebody who disrespects your own body, how do you explain all these young athletes just dropping dead for unknown reasons by the same numerical codes? Wasn't it a 38-year-old football player last year on the 38th day of the year supposedly slipped and fell in the shower? How is it that you've made it to be in your 40s as someone who's coked up and liquored up and high out of their mind almost all the time, and you haven't slipped and fell in the shower? You know what I mean? But aside from those points, I don't want to get your mind rattled around too much. Just how do you instantly dismiss this suspicious death of a guy who dated Demi Lovato, dead 55 days after her birthday? How do you just dismiss that? Especially when he's 38, he's dead right before UFC 308. And like, what gives you the ability to just dismiss that and say that means nothing?
Yeah, so I can explain it. So basically what? Tell me this. So you loved Demi Lovato, right? You just love this person. You care so much that the Jesuits took him out by the code. And no, I'm not a drug addict or none of this slander. You just slandered me, by the way, and snitch. You're snitching and slandering. It's not even the truth. You don't give a fuck about none of these people. The reason why your numbers go in a circle like a fucking merry-go-round of gematria is because you're using 4 ciphers. It's advanced probability matrix of coming up with garbage ass numbers that you want.
Hold on. I'm gonna put him on mute and let's just try it out. Let's say that he dated Cuts 1. Let's see. Cuts 1. Didn't work out there. Aaron. Doesn't work out with Aaron either. Aaron Fleming. Didn't work out with that either. Fleming. Didn't work out with any of them for the 55 days later. And let's say Zachary, no 55. Zachary Hubbard, no. Zachary Hubbard, full name, Zachary Keith Hubbard, nope. So again, 4 ciphers doesn't make it line up, but it does line up with Demi Lovato. It does line up with that. Okay, so all right, so if you can concede that you just lost that argument, maybe try another argument. Here, let's do take 2. Here, let's try another argument.
Whatever the fuck you just did or said doesn't even make any fucking sense. I never said nothing was my name was for your name was 55. Where the fuck did you get that fucking garbage?
Again, you guys, he just has to be a useful idiot. You just said that we were able to get 55 because we're using 4 ciphers. So essentially your argument was that with 4 ciphers, you can make anything equate and line up. So I was just showing that that's not the case. Yeah. Anyway, I do need to get other things done, but yeah, it's this guy right here that looks like he has a police badge around his neck that brought him into the community, and he's been trolling ever since. And by the way, that guy also made fun of my work last year on October 7th, 2023, saying that, oh, this thing with Israel's nothing, and it'll be out of the headlines in a few days. Like there's always little skirmishes in Israel, and gematria is stupid. Meanwhile, yours truly predicted the day Netanyahu came back that there'd be a war synced with him, and it would happen right around the time Yale turned 322 years old, which is exactly what did happen. And it is a very significant war, which is growing, and it's turned into another 201 ritual, another $95 billion for the U.S., and really more than that. So yeah, be careful who you're listening to. Are you listening to idiots and people who try to put down my work, who have no idea what they're talking about? Are you listening to people who should be on short buses and padded cell rooms like this guy right here? Again, what I've demonstrated for the last 11 years is unprecedented. No one's been more accurate about forecasting the future, showing how the game's rigged, what the cabal does, the knowledge they use, why they use it. I don't think anyone's put out better books connecting the dots. And there should be a lot more respect on your Truly's name. But instead, I just got all these deployed trolls and haters constantly buzzing around my head like flies. And that's not by accident. And then you see all these little whiny losers like Joseph Aquaviva who had to deal with any real turbulence, but then they still have to beg and ask to come solve their problems when they're not really doing anything either. And they're just leeching off people like yours truly. You know, when I've had to deal with shit, I've dealt with it. I haven't asked anybody to come solve my problems. And I've had to deal with some real problems, like having my life turned upside down, home sabotaged and ransacked, business destroyed, cars crashing through 2 walls of the house. And like a man, solve the problems myself, not beg for people online to come take care of it for me. Never once. Some idiot will clip that and be like, Zach always begs for money. No, I don't beg for money. I say people should support the work so that we have funds to compete with the other misinformation networks of the world, because the information we're putting out is superior. And if we had a fraction of the financial support that, say, a CNN does or a Fox News, we'd be deployed all over the place and making an even bigger impact. That's not begging. That's asking humanity to get behind a righteous cause. You know? Yeah, he does. He does, Amy. Yeah, exactly. And exactly. 100%. Devon, we just covered the UFC fighter who died. He dated Demi Lovato, and now he's dead 55 days after Demi Lovato's birthday when her name equals 55. And again, have you guys ever seen a news story come up where I didn't like at least solve a major component of it like within 30 seconds using this knowledge? I mean, it's like, in what world would all this be a coincidence each day? It shows you these are perfect mathematical constructs. Tennessee, are you trying to phone in?
Yeah, what's going on, Zach?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, I was just going to, because you know, I was in Oklahoma City, right?
Is this Tennessee Lee?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. I recognize your voice. What's up, man?
Yeah, so I was just going to say, my first instinct on, the Matrix, or whatever his name is.
Here, hold on. Pause right there. See, This is the thing about this guy, too. He's had different names in the time he's been around. And what's funny is I had learned at the time that his name was Tabari. So I've just been calling him Tabari. And then Angel shows up on the scene and she goes, you know his name's not Tabari, right? And I thought that was weird. And I was like, why was he acknowledging the name Tabari if that's not his name? And then when I asked him what his name was, he goes, it doesn't matter. Like, who doesn't share their name with you? Anyway, go ahead.
And yeah, it was like it just, like you said, the necklace, it triggered something. And I went, you know, and then I see, oh, he's got some really nice cars. And
you guys, if you don't know, this guy has like a whole fleet of luxury cars. And I mean, I'm not trying to, it's not a racist thing. His education level is so low, you guys. He cannot like write a sentence. It's like, how the fuck does he have all this money? I wanted to come to his tire shop because he says that's how he makes his money. And then he didn't want me to come there. And I thought that was weird. I was like, well, I need tires. He's like, just go to like a discount tire or something. I was like, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, he had an Alfa Romeo when we were out there.
He had a what?
Pretty new.
I don't even know what kind of car he had. I'm not a car guy. Yeah, he had some car. I don't know what that car was. What was it?
It's an Italian car. It's an Alfa Romeo.
Okay. Yeah, it was a nice car. I didn't recognize the brand. I was like, I don't know what that is.
Yeah. It's high end Italian. So there you go.
Yeah.
And but yeah, just his vibe. I mean, he kind of bamboozled me for a minute. You know what I mean? But my first instinct, though, I just wanted to say that you're right on it. That's what it was. Like, there's something about this dude.
Yeah, and it just continued to add up since then. Because see, I hadn't gone to Buffalo yet. The Buffalo thing was shortly after, and then he didn't want me to come by his tire shop, which I don't think exists. It's like, where does this guy get his money from?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering. Like, what does he do for a living? You know.
If you guys want to figure out how to get in this troll network, hey, Cuts had a brand new car when he came out to meet me. Cuts had a brand new car when he came out to meet me. Cuts sits there and rolls big fat blunts all day. The way Cuts smokes weed, that's an expensive habit. Cuts smokes a lot of weed. He's smoking big fat blunts all day long. Where are these guys getting their money from?
See, I don't know this Cuts dude. So
well, Tabari or yeah, right, is who brought him out. He's who brought him into the community.
Oh, okay.
See, this is the point I was making. I literally had the FBI come out to my house again this year. It's the second time the FBI's come to my house. They literally came out 201 days after my birthday, and they're questioning me about online account names that are routinely in my live chat, and they're all the same people that Cuts complains about in his stream. So I thought, why is the FBI out here essentially like questioning me about the things that Cuts is making accusations about? Like, how is this even possible?
I don't know. That dude's got some mental issues for sure.
Yeah.
You know? No doubt. I really don't know him very, much of him other than his squeaky little Mickey Mouse voice. So.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
But hey, I'll let you go, Zach. It's good talking to you, man.
All right. Good to hear from you, Tennessee Lee. Hope you're doing well, man.
Yeah.
All right, man. Take care. All right. Yeah. Tennessee Lee was out there and he was concerned. He came out there a day earlier than he planned to because some other guy, one of the guys who rocks with Joseph Aquaviva, if you remember, he was online shooting in his backyard, threatening to come out and shoot us in Oklahoma City. So Tennessee Lee's like, I'm coming out to protect. I wasn't worried about that, though, at all. I was like, he's not going to come out here. Another Jesus guy. What's his name? Who's the guy I'm trying to think of that was somebody in the chat remembers? Who's the guy who was out in his backyard shooting cans and threatening us? Jesus guy that hangs out with Joseph Aquaviva all day. What's that dude's name? Here's a real one. Shout out to this man. He pounds payment. He puts out his own content. He's made the Gematria calendar so you can know all the dates to be ready for. Yeah. Savage. That's exactly who it is. Dr. Savage. Yeah, another total weirdo. Yeah, he still hangs around. You'll see him in Joseph Aquaviva's chat. All these little weirdos that have come around in recent years. They're all supposedly about Jesus, but they're all evil people. And again, I mean, I'd encourage you to think about what they do in the Christian church. They go in and they drink blood and they eat bodies, and they think God sacrifices people because apparently God made you as a bad person. And if you're a human being, you're a bad person, you're a sinner, and you just got to believe in this story written by man from Rome to be forgiven. Put some more money in the plate. But my books have a lot of history. Yeah, there's a lot of information in letters and numbers. So, I mean, a lot of this stuff is secretive, and there's missing pieces. So I just connect the timeline of Templars, Crusades. Shortly after that period of time, they bring all this knowledge back to Europe, the church. You know, a few centuries later, you have the Jesuits. You have the standardization of the English language. The calendar named after the Pope, all things leading back to the Pope. It seems like even though you don't have all the pieces because there's missing chunks of history, it seems like it's a timeline. It's like, okay, they took this knowledge that comes from that part of the world that goes back to Babylon. They must have found some legitimacy to it, some sort of influence, sorcery, spells, spell casting. Again, spells and spelling, curses and cursive. This little weirdo right here. How many times do you think you've said curse on you and your
Hey, yeah, when are you going to start your Gematria revolution?
Yeah, we're doing it every day. But that guy just always says the same thing. Curse on you and your family. The first day that I announced that Sweet Lady's pregnant, he went on and did like a 2-hour live stream cursing the baby and hoping somebody would murder Sweet Lady and the baby. And then again, that's the kind of stuff YouTube allows to stand up on his channel. And it's like, nobody else can do this. Nobody else can even say anything. This guy can go on and threaten people and wish for women and children to get murdered and call black people the N-word, and the channel just stays up. And then this guy up here that looks like he has a police badge around his neck is always like, hey, what's up, Cuts? Hey, nice video you did. Yeah, those Gematria people are weirdos. Like, who are these people? Who are these people? And I'll remind you, one other weird thing he did is it was if you remember, he was going crazy. The guy with the badge up here in the photo, right when the war in Israel started, you might remember for a whole week, he was doing nothing but producing videos, and he found some video, and it looked like some made up website, but it said that GematriaEffectNews had like $5.5 billion in assets. He's like, did you know Zach had money like this? It's like, dude, I mean, who's falling for this? You think I got 5.5 billion in assets? Do you see the way super chats come in here? If somebody was showing me that, what's his name? The guy who always wears the beanie, Tim Pool. Tim Pool might have 5.5 billion in assets. God, that guy turns on YouTube and he's got like $10,000 in super chats every live stream. And still, even then, he's probably not even close to sniffing $1 billion. But anyway, it went into full weirdo mode. Just craziest, weirdest stuff you ever saw. He's like, Zach doesn't need any money. He's worth 5.5 billion. It's like, nope, not even close. Not even close. But I do appreciate the flattery. I wish that was the case. So, Yeah, if you missed the live streams he was doing for that week, I mean, he did one live stream that was like as bad as Cuts. It was like 10 hours long. It just total psycho talk. And he was like hyping it up the day before. He's like, just wait, I got Zach, I got him all figured out. And then he had his website that it looked like he set up on WordPress the night before, showing that GematriaEffectNews was international, worldwide with I can't remember what the exact number was, 5 point something billion. I was like, I mean, like, are you serious? This is what you're coming at me with? I mean, come on, man. This is just that's why it doesn't. Like, he might be employed by the feds to be like some kind of like agent harasser and bring weirdos around like Cuts, but I mean, just there's I mean, unless the feds are like hiring people that never even made it out of grade school. So here, you know what? Here, I'm gonna propose a conspiracy theory too. You know how they did the They Cloned Tyrone movie with Jamie Foxx? And remember, in the beginning of that movie, they finally find Jamie Foxx, and he's hiding out in hotel room 107. If you haven't seen it, go back and watch. Remember, they find out there's the secret lab under the hood. You have to get to the secret lab where they're messing with the black people through the church. If you guys haven't seen They Clone Tyrone, it's messed up. The feds have a secret lab in black communities under churches, and they're figuring out all the ways to mess them up with music and the shit in their food. And there's literally a scene where they're in a chicken shop and they put some weird, they put some weird ingredient in the chicken, but they say like 44 cents a piece and then 44 secret ingredients or something. I'm just like, oh my God, if people only knew. But anyway, that in the movie, when they enter the lab, the secret button to get to the lab's behind the IHS, like the Jesuit motto, "E Sus Omnem Salvator," like the IHS and the Jesuit logo. Anyway, the reason I'm bringing this up is because the last time I talked to this guy, he goes, or what was it? I said, why don't you just like tell people your real name? Like, why would you go along with a false name and not even let me know what your real name is? And then he's like, why do you care so much about my name? And I go, I don't know. I guess I'm Tevin Campbell. And he goes, I don't get it. I go, you don't know who Tevin Campbell is? Keep in mind, he's probably close to 50 years old right now. He's almost 10 years older than me. I think he's 9 years older than me. I'm 41, so I'm pretty sure he's about 50 right now. But everybody remembers the song Tevin Campbell's "I Want to Know Your Name," right? Like, how can you be a black man at his age and not know who Tevin Campbell or that song is? But he's like, I never heard of Tevin Campbell, and I never heard of that song. And I said, what? I said, that was like the most played song on the radio when it came out in the 90s. He's like, I only listen to hardcore shit all my life. I was like, man, how do you not know who Tevin Campbell is? So the point I'm making is this guy from the lab? Is this a They Cloned Tyrone? Was Right the Matrix even living in the 90s? Where did they get these trolls from? Is this one? Hey, you didn't come out of a lab, did you, with that funny little voice?
Wait, say what?
I think he did. I think these dudes came out of a lab because these are some super weirdos. I mean, seriously. Oh, lady's here. He showed up. Hey, come on and tell me I'm lying. You said you have no idea who Tevin Campbell is, and you've never heard of that song. And you did say, I only listen to hardcore shit. I'm like, who doesn't know the Tevin Campbell song? So somebody tell me, from the 90s, you guys, from the 90s, who doesn't know the Tevin Campbell "I Want to Know Your Name" song? He wants to come in. Okay, here he comes. He wants to come in here and defend his honor. All right, he's as straightforward as Cuts is. Here we go. All right. I dropped the link. It's there. Here, I'll drop it again. We're about to get Tyrone on. You better call Tyrone. He hasn't heard that one either. Come on, Tyrone. Nobody knows what his name is. It might be Tyrone. He might be the original They Cloned Tyrone. All right, so Rome. Do you think it's possible that for somebody like The Matrix to have never have heard of Tevin Campbell in that song? How is that possible? Let's see where that song was on the charts that year, because I remember it was on the radio nonstop. My sister played that song all the time. Oh, we got a King Henry sighting. King Henry, are you trying to get on the stream?
Yeah, Zach, I just got done talking to somebody. They're from Maui.
Okay.
And, you know me talking, driving for Lyft. I like to talk. And these guys, they swore up and down that nothing was fishy about it. Oh, no, it was done by... And I was trying to tell them, I think there's way more to the story than meets the eye. I mean, how do cars just melt? And how do fires just kind of pick and choose what houses to burn? Well, they always try to come up. And I said, take it for instance, the Mandalay Bay that I'm staring at right now. I said, there's way more to the story than what the mainstream media was telling you about. And I said, only the locals know what really went on. And a lot of the people that work at the casino, they're not even allowed to talk about it. But these poor people from Maui, they're really convinced that it was just a fire. I'm just like, and they were trying to convince me that it was just the power company, and it was just, I was like...
Well, I mean, this isn't surprising. We know how people are. They're robots. They just believe what they see on TV. So, yeah, just some more zombies.
Well, I didn't know I was on live stream, but, yeah, I'm sure there's going to be more conversations as the day goes by.
Hey, isn't it true that your favorite YouTuber is The Matrix?
Yeah, right, the dipshit.
Yeah, right, the dipshit, indeed.
Is he...
Oh, he just hopped on. He just came out of nowhere. He just came out of the woodwork. He wants to come on here and defend his name. So...
Now, the Matrix, he's that guy that just starts talking and there's no substance.
Just babbles to himself. Yeah.
That backs up that guy that paints his little pretty nails.
Yeah, a gay guy that he went on a cross-country road trip with.
Yeah, I've given the Matrix, if he's listening, I've given him ample of amount of tries, and I just can't get interested in that guy. He just blabs and I mean, if I wanted to listen to somebody like that, I just listen to Donald Trump. He's more entertaining.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna let him on here, Henry. But hey,
okay.
Good to hear from you, man.
If you're on, I'm gonna start listening.
All right. Yeah, I've been on. All right. Later, Henry.
Take care.
That's it. All right. Here he is. The Matrix to defend his name. So, the Matrix. What I would like you to start with, just to build some credibility, is to admit that you said I was wrong about Israel a year ago, and that it would be out of the headlines in a few days. And Gematria is bullshit. And then, if you can apologize for being wrong for that, you can try and defend yourself on anything else, including not letting anybody know your real name, all the weird shit going on with you, being associated with Cuts, a guy who calls black people the N-word, and then you're still chill with him, and then calling us weirdos while you got this little schizophrenic in your live stream. So, all right, but I would like the acknowledgement of being dead wrong about the thing with Israel where I was dead right. So let's start right there.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. So when Zach cuts me off, we could finish on my channel because you will 100% cut me off because that's what you do. Because your job is to do exactly what you are doing. Okay? You want me to tell you you're right? Zach, I'll bow down to you. You are 100% right. Okay? Now, the question I got is, Zach, why are you talking about me if I don't even fucking acknowledge you? I don't troll you. I don't got time.
See, I am going to mute you. I'll bring you back on. You are so full of shit. You are on your live stream whenever you do one talking shit about me and the work to this day. I've probably watched 5 of your videos in the last year since we had a fallout. Every time I've turned it on, you are talking shit about me and this work. And you're going to come on here and say you haven't said anything? See, this is why you're just dishonest. You're a liar. I'll bring you back on. You know you're lying. Everyone who watches your channel knows you're lying.
Hello?
Yeah, I brought you back on. I said address that lie.
Oh yeah, you cut me off like you always do. This is what you do,
You
Zach.
just
This is
lied.
your
I'm not
MO.
gonna let you just lie.
Who's lying, Zach? I troll you. I can say whatever the fuck I want to say on my channel. It is what it is. I don't bother none of y'all motherfuckers. Okay? I can say whatever the fuck I want about anything on my channel, just like you can. I don't call you and say, Zach, come on my channel. You're this, you're that. Talk about you all day long. Who does that shit? This is some weirdo ass shit that y'all do over here. That's why I don't fuck with y'all. I ain't no goddamn truther. I'm a Fed. Congratulations, Zach. You exposed me. Oh, I love it, Zach. And that badge, that stone that I was wearing, yes, it was a badge. Okay, you guys want to hear it? I'll entertain you guys, okay?
Where's your tire shop at?
Again,
Where's your tire shop at?
again,
Where's
again,
your tire
Zach.
shop?
Zach,
Can you be at the tire shop?
the reason why you're
This hour.
doing this is because I've been dropping some real ass shit on my
Like what?
channel.
Like
And
what?
you got angry because people like the shit. Because I got a 3rd grade education. Cool, I'll eat that. But people know they can get real knowledge that can help them out in this lifetime right now. I don't fuck with y'all truthers no more. The fuck, man? Zach, you're gonna find
Never
out
did.
because
You
you're
never been
slandering me.
You've never
You're
been
gonna find out because you're slandering me. Watch and see, Zachy boy. Watch how stupid I am. I hope you have a great attorney, because I don't need one. Just keep talking. All the evidence is here. Thank you for all y'all that let me know he's talking shit about me yet again. Thank you. I appreciate that, because y'all gonna see. Y'all motherfuckers gonna see how stupid I am. And y'all gonna see the true Zach, because I'm gone. Don't worry about it. Hey, listen, when you know the system and you ain't against it, you could use the shit. Remember, I'm a Fed, right? I'm a Fed. Remember, I'm a Fed. I'm a Fed. So yeah, I'm a Fed. So Zach, keep talking your shit. Doesn't matter to me. I know what I'm doing. So you keep talking shit. I'll entertain your bullshit. I don't talk shit about you. I didn't expose you, who you truly are, what you're really doing. I didn't do that. I just said, you know what? Let him do what he do.
All right,
But
here,
now
stop
you want to
talking
keep.
for a second. Hold
Now
on.
you want to keep knocking on the
Babbling
door.
Babbling on. Let me. Okay. In the last year, I have 0 videos with
Fuck,
your name in
dude.
the title.
Fuck
How many
truthing, Zach.
videos do
Fuck
you have
truthing.
with my name in the
Zach,
title
fuck
or Jason
truthing.
Gematria in the title? How many do
Zach,
you have?
okay, I'll answer that. How the
Yeah.
fuck do you got so much time? Who the fuck is even Joseph Agua? Zach, how the fuck much time do you got in a day to watch everyone's
I
fucking
don't.
YouTube
I
channels?
don't. I
You
don't.
got to, because you know everything about everybody.
No, I
How?
don't.
How is this possible? How do you watch? I don't even watch cuts. How the fuck do you watch cuts? How do you know what's going on?
I hardly ever
How do you
do.
got
But
all this time and you got a
I'm
baby
aware
on
that
the way?
people are
Zach, who
trolling.
are you?
I'm
Zach, who
aware
are
that
you?
people are trolling me. I don't need to watch every
Who
day to
are
know.
you? I don't troll you. I don't got time. If I talk shit about you on my channel, I don't give a fuck. I could talk shit, do whatever I want on my channel. The fuck wrong? You'll never pull up on my channel. You've been watching, but you won't pull up to defend yourself. Why? Because you can't click me off. And you know, last time you came on, I fucking destroyed your ass because I'm not going to talk about numbers.
On
I'm
your
going to
channel,
talk about you.
5 people
I'm
watching.
going to talk about you
What
as
did
a
you watch?
character. I'm going to talk about you as a character and what you've been doing to everybody.
All right,
Fuck
tell
out of
us about
here.
it.
The
Tell us about
problem
it.
is, I'm a real one, Zach. That's the fucking problem. I'm a real one. You don't like that. I supported you 110%, but I'll be a Fed. I don't give a fuck. I always supported you. You're making up all these lies, gaslight. Everybody knows the fucking truth, Zach.
You didn't
People
know
that
this
left.
before me. You
He,
want to say that you and Wise weren't
Zach,
trolling
what
me
did
for
I do
like 5
wrong to
years?
you? Zach, what did I do wrong to you? I'll wait.
You and Wise weren't trolling me for
Zach,
like 5 years. Putting
what
out
did I
false
do? Zach, what did I do wrong to you? Why are you going off subject? Stay on subject.
I'm
You're
not
gonna
going
have
off
to learn.
subject. I just asked you a question.
Zach,
You
you're
and
gonna have to
Wise
learn.
weren't trolling me
You're
for
gonna have
5
to
years.
learn to stay on subject, or your attorney is gonna have to stay on the subject matter. That's all I gotta tell you.
You just
Bark.
said you
You
weren't
barking up
doing
the
it.
wrong
You
tree.
said you always supported. I'm just
You're
questioning.
gonna find out. I always supported you, Zach. I didn't.
Oh,
What did I do? How would I
I keep
benefit
asking you
being
a
a
question.
Fed,
You
Zach?
and Wise not troll me for 5 years,
No, I
more
never
than
trolled you
5
for
years.
5 years. What the fuck are you talking about? Where's the proof? Where? Nobody knows me as trolling you for fucking 5 years.
Okay,
You beefs
here.
aren't trolling, Zach. Beefs aren't trolling. If somebody have a beef with you, that's you and Wise beef. I separated that. Remember you and Wise and me all talked on a three-way? You magically forgot about that. But guess what, Zach? It's recorded. I recorded it because I know you're a fucking liar. You lie so fucking much. And you're not going to tell your
What am
followers,
I
hold
lying
on,
about?
Zach, you want to talk shit? Remember your little vanilla envelope shit at fucking Oklahoma City that you said someone slapped it on your fucking chest and
They
was
did.
threatening you?
They
Why
did.
in Buffalo, Zach, why in Buffalo was there a fucking stack in your fucking Toyota? Why?
A stack of what?
A stack of manila envelopes.
Oh my God, are you serious? God, this guy's crazy. Oh my God. You know, there's a dude out there who was talking to me on the street when that happened. And people also know when I got back to the hotel, they'd also put it under my windshield
So
wiper.
I'm still here.
Yeah, you're just making up shit. You and Cuts do the same thing. You lie and then try to act like I'm the
Am I
liar.
back?
Make up one real lie that I've told. You
Am I
come
back?
with nothing but lies. You're on. I think it's your connection that's fucked.
Am I back?
You've been back.
Why I can't hear shit?
I don't know. He spent all his money on cars. Should have spent it on a better phone. Man, you know what? I almost feel bad for that guy. He's had a rough year. Have you guys seen him? The one thing I got to give him credit to until I see him today, he took care of himself and he always looked young for his age. But man, he looked like he's aged 10 years in the last year. It's been a rough year for him. Black don't crack. It's over now.
Yeah.
What happened?
I'm back. Am I back?
What happened?
I'm back. Zach, you look like you 5 years old. Everywhere I go, everyone thinks me and my sons are brothers. So shut the fuck up with that stupid shit. Stop trying to slander people. Fuck out of here.
You
You
definitely
better
had a
hope
bad year. You aged.
all you could do is send insults. You have no kind of knowledge outside of your fucking number trash. You're a piece of shit fucking human being. I
Where's your
mean,
tire
come on,
shop
man.
at? Where's your tire shop
Come on,
at?
man. I don't
Where's your
got no fucking tire shop. I'm a Fed. I lied. I get money from the federal government. They pay me to do this right here, troll you all day, which I don't do.
Yeah.
But hey, listen, y'all gonna get the full scope of Zach because you just lit the motherfucking fire. Thank you,
Is
Zach.
it gonna be as good as last
Thank
year
you, Zach.
where
Thank you,
Gematria?
Zach. I'm uneducated. I'm uneducated, Zach. I'm uneducated. But you're gonna find out. You're gonna find out. You're
You
gonna
are.
find the fuck out. You know, you will find out how educated I really am. Because I'm a Fed. All you could do is this shit right here. Don't nobody even bother you. If I talk shit about you, I can do that. I don't troll you. I don't go to your platform. I don't go to your people's platform. Your people's defect from you and come over to me and
You
say,
have
yeah,
cuts.
you're right.
You have cuts. You have cuts do it for you.
What are you talking about having cuss? I barely talk to fucking cuss. What are you talking about? What is wrong with you?
He's
See,
doing what you like.
this is the reason why you don't like me. Because I know how to separate my relationships. Something that unfortunately men don't know how to do, but I know how to separate my relationships from everybody. That's a gift that I got. And that's the problem you got. You didn't like I fuck with Fake Mike Real News. You didn't like I fuck with Wise. What does that got to do with you? What does it got to do with you?
None of those things are even
Listen, when
gonna be.
you explain what your mom does, it's exactly what you do. You're in a loop, man. You need to wake the fuck up. And all the people following you, look, y'all could play your gematria, do all your shit all you want. But listen, y'all know what time it is. Real is real. Point blank, period. See that sun? See, that's what I'm under. Zach, you know what you are. So, Zach, let me ask you a question. Are you Jewish?
Nope.
According to your mom, you are.
No, she's not. I think she's in the chat right now too.
Oh, yeah. You sure about that?
My mom has never said I'm Jewish, and she could
You
definitely.
sure about that?
She's
You
the one
sure
that
you're not? You sure you're
made
not Jewish?
the decision not for me to get circumcised, so she could definitely tell you I'm
You're sure you're not Jewish, Zach?
100% sure.
Yeah, okay. But anyways, it's besides the point. Look, I don't ever want no beef with you, but you keep doing this. Why? Why am I in your conversation in your live stream right now? Why? What did I do to you?
You
Nothing.
can't. You showed up here. You showed up here.
No. I showed up here because motherfuckers texting me, yo, Zach's going in on you. I was like, what? What did I do? He's got your picture up there, everything. I'm like, what the fuck? What I do now? What I
No,
do, Zach?
I'm talking about all the operatives that hang
Zach, what did I do now? No,
Well,
you talk shit about me. You talk shit about me.
again, he asked these questions. He knows why, and he's probably sitting there watching the whole stream. Again, because you brought Cuts into the community who sits around here and trolls everybody all day, 24/7, 365, which has been going on since February of 2023. And he's harassing my mom. He's harassing my wife. He's harassing all kinds of people. You attacked Jay with open eyes on your channel, and then Cuts started attacking him. And I don't even know if Jay knows that you went after him on his channel. Yeah, I saw your video on that. You said, who's this little black kid Zach brought around to act like he's friends with black people? And it's like, Jay with Open Eyes has been around for a while. Like, who are you, Fed? Who are you? So,
Zach, when did I say that? When the fuck did I say that, and where's the proof? I don't delete videos. When did I say that?
You know you said it.
Zach, you want me to pull up on my cell phone right now the messages me and you had about getting in touch with Jay with Open Eyes so I could send him some motherfucking money to help him out of his situation? Are you fucking kidding me? Do I gotta show the text messages?
Yeah.
Huh?
Show those.
Hold on. Let me go.
Oh man, no, Jay, if you're out there, when Cuts went after you, it was shortly after you came on my stream, and he must have been watching because he made a video. That's what this is crazy. Listen to this guy. He was like, half of his content.
I never said anything about fucking Jay. What are you talking about, man?
You said, who is this little black kid? That's what you said about him. You didn't know who he was.
What are you talking about? I would have never said no shit like that. I ain't never had no problem with Jay with Open Eyes. What the fuck are you talking about?
I just get sick of listening to this shit. What happened before your friend Cuts made the hour-long video calling the N-word 1,000 times before he showed back up in your chat like the next day?
That ain't got shit to do with me. Like I said, you'll see the rest of this on my live stream. You just want to cut people off because you can't out-talk me and you can't out-debate me in a real debate without your fucking numbers.
You don't shut the fuck up. You just keep talking bullshit.
Fuck.
You don't say anything true. You just lie and keep talking.
Listen.
No, I don't want to listen anymore. This is a waste of time, you guys. All he does is get on here and runs his fucking mouth, won't shut the fuck up, and keeps lying. That's all he does. It's just like Cuts. It's the same tactic. Keep talking, don't listen, keep making shit up, accuse you of being the liar when all you're doing is telling lies. No, you're pathetic. Hey, where's your video counting out thousands of dollars off my Gematria picks? Remember when you put that one up? Gematria, you guys get paid. Where's that video at, dumbass? He's going to say that doesn't exist too. No. That guy's a fraud of a human being. Does look like he aged 10 years in the last year. What's up, Rich?
Yeah, what's up, man? I was just tuning in, man. I'm just listening to this guy. I mean, you just listen to how he talks. He talks like a little third grader, man. Like he has an IQ of a third grader, man. I'm pretty sure a third grader is probably smarter than him.
Well, the average third grader can write a lot better than he can, I'll tell you that much. So that's where the question becomes, though. How does this guy have so much money that he has a whole fleet of luxury cars?
Yeah, he has exotic cars like a Corvette, which is like, that's a lot of money, a Corvette.
Cars that most of us don't even know what they are. How is it possible? Like, I don't want to start making assumptions. I know a certain game that you can make a lot of money in, and you don't have to be that smart, and you got to get a little bit lucky.
Right.
But you know, it's, if you guys missed when he was going crazy a year ago, he's like, man, Zach's about to get me back in my ski mask days. Ski mask days? Tell me more about it.
Right.
Tell me more about it.
Hey, and you know what? And that's interesting you say that because, you know, his buddy Cuts is over there saying we're snitching. Isn't he snitching on himself by saying shit like that? Like, you see what I mean?
Well, Cuts is the one snitching on everybody. Cuts is
right.
doing live stream snitching, and then he's accusing people of snitching. It's like, you're the one doing the snitching. Both of them are the exact same. They accuse people of doing what they do. That's why it's maddening. And they don't shut up. They just keep talking.
Yeah, projection. That's what it is. They're projecting. It's like what's wild about that is he won't tell Cuts to chill out, but he'll sit here and get on you for nothing. You know what I mean? And you're letting him talk, and he's talking a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, too bad my mom's not in the chat. She would have called in. She's like, hey, your mom's even under Joe. It's like, dude, do you know how bad of a lie that is? Do you know how easy that one's going to be to debunk? My God.
There's still people out there that say your name's not Zach, it's Josh Greenblatt, some shit like that.
Right. And that information comes from me because I said my whole life people have called me Joshua. And I said one time, my dad, who does not know who his dad is, his mom told him that his dad's last name was Greenblatt, but then she retracted it the next day. Exact story I told, exactly true story. I've always said I could have Jewish genetics, but I've never been in a synagogue. I am uncircumcised. I'm definitely not Jewish. I was raised Lutheran.
Right.
They do say Jewish people, Ashkenazis, do have tend to have higher IQs, and that might very well be true, and I could benefit from that, but I'm definitely not Jewish. So.
Right. And then he's defending what's his name, Willie Boy, Fake Micro News. That dude, that I don't know what the hell that point of that dude even being around. Like that dude he's sitting there saying, "Oh, we need a peaceful revolution." Like, come on, man. No, not only that, but then he started attacking you and then saying Gematria's bullshit when you did a whole live stream with him, taking time out of your day to show him that what this knowledge is about, and to sit there and have him say, "Oh, this knowledge is bullshit. That Gematria is bullshit." Essentially, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you
Indeed.
didn't have to do that. You have to do that. You didn't have to take time out of your day to do that. But and I just
By the way,
noticed a lot of
for the person in the chat supposedly posting Tabari's address, I just looked that up online to see if that can't be the same person. You're doxing somebody who's not him because that person's born in 97. You could be doxing his child, and don't bring his children into it. But that's
I'm
not him.
I'm not with that shit. People doxing shit like that. I'm not with all that because, you know what I'm saying? I've had people do that to me, so I wouldn't want that done to anybody else. I don't care who it is.
Whoever that person is born in 97, which is not him. He's definitely not born in 97.
Yeah, it could be his sons more than likely because he does have, what does he have, 4 sons? So
I forget. I know he does have some sons, though. And to his credit, his sons seem all right, but they're also very, very quiet. And sometimes they say children that silent, it's a sign that they've been abused because his kids do not say a word.
Mm-hmm. I've heard that.
His wife did just leave him and took the other 2 younger ones away. And that seems surprising because she was always on stream acting like they were best of friends. And then in no time, she was just out of there with the younger kids. And that's why he's all stressed out. And I think that's why he's aging so fast, because he's in and out of court. That's what his whole channel's about, ranting about his drama with his ex and talking shit about me. That's all he gets online and does.
Yeah, and he's the same guy that was, saying, "Oh, weed's bad for you." He was the same one in the car saying, "Oh, weed's bad for you." You know what I mean?
The way he's aged in the last year looks like he might have started smoking crack.
Yeah.
So.
Right. I just don't get how he's defending Cuts and he's over there calling people. He said Gematria niggers. That's what he said. That's what Cuts said about Jay with open eyes. He called him a token black person. You know what I mean? It's like a racist term.
And just how fast Tabari is to lie shows me his whole nature, because he's like, I never said that. I offered to give him money. Now, I'll give you credit, Tabari. You do offer to give a lot of people money, but you did make a video saying, who's this little black kid Zach brought on to act like he's friends with black people? That was your video. Again, I do. I'm here working a lot, so I run other people's streams in the background, especially the troll network, to see what they're trying to instigate against me. That's how I keep eyes on my enemies. Know your enemy. That's a tactic over here. So, anyway.
Yep. So, anyways,
right,
I get off. I just,
appreciate it, man.
Hop on again.
Thank you.
Yep. All
right. What's up, Mr. Futures?
What's going on, Zach?
What do you think about all this?
Oh man, like to be honest, this is the part that I definitely don't miss about all this nonsense that goes on in the community, to be real.
Yeah, it is. And it's probably better just left alone, but people are always asking, like, what's up with all the weirdos around here? And sometimes you just got to tell them where it comes from and why there are weirdos around here. There's people that do not like what we're exposing. And that's the reason there's all these little infiltrators that hang around and cause problems. So,
yeah, no, I get that part of it. I get why, from your angle, from your perspective, it's frustrating and annoying. But here's what I would say about it. I'm confused on one main thing. It's like, so if people have a legit gripe with you, if they have a problem with you, I'm confused on how, after all this time, no one can come up here and have a legit argument and get a point across that's able to be spoken about and discussed in a respectful way. Every time someone has an issue with you and they come on a live stream, it just turns into people arguing, talking for 7 minutes and not really saying nothing. It just seems like people are being super, super sensitive as opposed to really talking about what the issue is. Like, what is your issue with this person? For example, I've met you a couple of times. I met you in New York. We did that big meetup. We met a couple of different people. But I would never sit here and say I know Zach personally, right? I don't know you well enough to have an issue with you. So I'm confused on how these people who've met you one time can have so much hate for someone that they don't even know. Like, it's like that's really mind-boggling to me, you know? And if you do have an issue with somebody, it should be very, very simple for you to formulate an argument, articulate it, let the person speak, and then come to a resolution, or don't. But people get on, and I never hear anything of substance. That's the most confusing part of it.
Well, and that's exactly it. There's nothing of substance that anyone has against me. There's all these bullshit and rumors and turning my own words against me. That's what everyone does. Like the whole Joshua Greenblatt. That's through information that I revealed about myself. And again, it's stupid how it gets twisted. I'm just saying people have called me Joshua my whole life. It's true. I don't know why. I should have been named Joshua. And again, the Greenblatt thing. One day, my dad's mother told him that his father was Greenblatt, because my dad doesn't know who his dad is. My mom, or my grandmother, his mother, every son has a different father. It was that kind of household, and he was mostly raised around his grandparents. And again, people want to take that and twist it into some crazy shit, and that's where you hear almost everybody's attack against me. Oh, it's not even really his real name. His real name is Joshua Greenblatt. It's like, no, don't try and twist what I've revealed about my own life and upbringing. And yeah, I mean, it's just like Tabari just comes on here and all he's doing is talking bullshit. And then he sets it up. He's like, see, I already know what you're going to do. You're going to mute me. But then his strategy is to just keep talking, just talk bullshit and not let me say anything. It's just like, yeah, I'm going to mute you because you won't shut the fuck up. And all you're doing is lying. Yeah. I
mean, he would do the same thing if you were on his channel.
Exactly. That's what he does. And for him to act like that, that's what he does. He doesn't even let me talk when I try to come in there and defend myself. So exactly, his whole argument is, you come on my platform. Dude, get the fuck out of here. And I do give people a chance to talk if they'll actually have a conversation. But most of us want to come on here and bullshit, and I'm not going to do that. That's a waste of everybody's time.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, I would love to hear somebody come here and actually have something to say, and you know, but again, it's just hard to listen to just a bunch of nonsense for 7-10 minutes. It's just really not productive, and it really hurts the brain cells, you know.
And here's what's sad about this world. I'm just looking up at how many people are watching right now. We got 900 people on the live stream between the two platforms we're on. I know when I was just presenting the information, there was like 350 people in here. The drama was up, and now we're up to 900. See, that's the problem with the audience of the internet. It's like all you guys want to watch is bullshit and drama and stuff that doesn't matter. Somebody's presenting some life-changing knowledge. Who gives a shit? That's boring. Oh, some drama. I'm tuned in. Monday Night Raw's not on yet, so let's watch the drama on YouTube. I mean, that's just what's wrong with this world too. So,
and that's the thing too, Zach. Like it's the because now you're just giving them more content to speak about. Because here's what's gonna happen: you're gonna turn your live stream off, and then another person is gonna go live, and then people are gonna run over there, just for the WWF element of what goes on, online with these live streams. And that's what I mean. Like, giving it a light. I get it. But yeah, it's a simple tactic. People start something with you, then run over to their live stream, get something going so they could get more viewers. And then, a lot of people wouldn't even know this person if they didn't come out, to all these get-togethers that you put together. I saw him out in New York when I was there. And that was it. He was just somebody that was in the crowd. But again, I wouldn't have met him or known him if it wasn't for you. So
what's the thing you remember that he does all the time while he's there? You remember the one thing he does the whole time he's there?
No, I didn't remember it, to be honest.
He always got his camera out recording. He's always recording.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, he did do that. Yeah, you're right.
That's all he does. He sits and records everything. And that's why I start to look back at that. I'm like, he doesn't contribute. He records everything. And his whole thing right now he said he's always supported me and then wouldn't get back to the point. He's like, why are you changing the topic? I'm like, I'm not changing the topic. I'm saying you trolled me with your buddy Wise for 5 straight years. And I don't know if you know this, but the whole time he was in New York with us, all he was doing when he wasn't recording is coming up to me and be like, hey, you got to turn into Wise's channel because he's talking even more shit about you right now. That was all he ever said to me the whole time. Hey, Wise is doing another stream talking shit about you right now. And what was crazy, here's the power of energy too. When I was driving back from New York back to Seattle, Wise lives in the Chicago area. And he kept calling me the whole time, like, "Hey, have you checked out Wise's videos yet? You got to see what he said about you." And I'd already made the point clear that I didn't care. I was like, I don't want to watch it. But then finally, I was filling up with gas, and he called again. He's like, "Dude, you got to see the latest video Wise is doing on you right now." So I finally put the thing on, and I get out of the gas station, start driving, and a massive wreck happens in front of me, probably like 40 miles outside of Chicago as I'm coming to Wise's neighborhood area. And I end up stuck in traffic for 8 hours in a crazy accident where all these cars were involved just ahead of me in the road. Wow. And I thought, just how weird is this? Like, as soon as I turn this thing on, this crazy car accident happens right here where now I'm stuck for 8 hours. I mean, I'm not saying that's what made the car accident happen, but I just felt like it was just some weird schism and energy in the world. But that's all he wanted to do the whole time I was there, is distract me with what his old wingman, who used to troll me for 5 years, was up to. And that's why I was like, I mean, don't you see that I want to focus on what we're talking about out here, not what your buddy's saying shit about online back in Chicago? Why didn't he come out to Chicago when I passed through if he's got such a problem? We gathered like 40 people in Chicago. It was nice. Why didn't he come out there if he had so much to say?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, the point of, one element of the work is like bringing people together. That's what I'm super confused about. If you have a personal issue with somebody, you don't gotta like everybody. And I definitely don't like everybody. Nobody's perfect. We all say the wrong thing sometimes. We all make a mistake. And especially because you put so much content out, it's easy for someone to just take something you say and blow it out of proportion. And you're not going to like everything that one person is saying. Change the channel. It's that simple, but I just don't know why people are so invested. I don't know. Maybe it's like they had this, like this made up friendship, and then maybe they just feel like the friendship disappeared or something. Because besides that, I don't see why anybody would be taking it so personally or be so sensitive about it to make your main objective to be attacking somebody 24/7. It's pointless to me. And then more content is going to come from this nonsense, and then it's not productive on any level. It's not helping anybody. So, and he's older than you, so that's another part of it I don't get. Like, you're older than him. You should know better. You know what I'm saying?
What's hilarious is that people can dig up his video where he made a ton of money off football weekend, and he was showing all the money he's carrying around. He's telling everybody.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember.
But now he's over on my Trolls channel, always saying that you can't decode sports and gematria is bullshit. So it's just like, I mean, you can just see how inconsistent and full of shit this guy is.
Yeah, no, I remember. I saw that video, actually. I remember he was like at the sports book cashing out. I remember that.
Yeah. And again, even the right, he'd given me a big tip just days before his fallout. And again, for all the people out there that want to say you can't make money off gematria, again, there's a lot of slips and a lot of money made. And this is what I've taught people how to do in the world: turn $1 into $1,200. You see that? That's a dollar parlay for an 1184 payout. And again, that's the power of what we're doing over here. And that's the real reason there's so many trolls and instigators and haters around, because what we're putting out has the power to change the world, empower people's position, and see through how rigged the game is, from the sports to everything else, the politics, the news. And again, he's somebody who's benefited from that. And for all his financial contributions, I guarantee he made way more off the sports knowledge than Tabari. I'll be honest, Tabari, who just came on here, has probably given $1,000 in donations over the years. And that's more than almost anybody else. But I feel like the reason he gave that $1,000 was just to hang around the community and act like he was somebody who cared about things. When you look at everything else, he's never done anything to help support the work in terms of putting out a helpful video or sharing the work or speaking about it. Never once, ever. And, when I decided that I just had enough of him, he was when the Maui fire happened, he was kind of throwing shade at what I was showing about Maui, while instigating the stupidest conspiracy theory online at the time, that it was graphene oxide that spread the fire in Maui. Again, for people who look into that and then just share it because you heard somebody else say it, why not just take a minute to look up what graphene oxide is and see that it's non-flammable? How could a non-flammable substance ever be used to spread a fire? But that was what was going viral in the bullshit truth community at the time. And he was pushing that while throwing shade at my work. And I was like, okay, like this guy, I don't care if he has donated $1,000. He doesn't need to be around here anymore. So anyway.
Yeah, I think if if you have an issue and you bring it up in in the correct way and just speak your mind, again, that's not slander. There's free speech in this country, thank God. There's still some sort of element of free speech. And if you have an issue with something, it's your prerogative to say what you want, and it is what it is. But I just feel like it's just so disingenuous because his first response was like, just come on over to my channel because I'm going to be doing a live stream about it like real shortly. It's like, okay, so obviously that was the agenda as opposed to coming on here and just really saying what the issue was.
Yeah, and then acting like people were blowing up his cell phone. Well, the only person that would have been was your associate Cuts, who you flew out to New York and still associate with. And let's not pretend like you're not sitting there watching every channel video I do anyway, because you're constantly talking shit about my channel and the latest thing I covered. So yeah, just totally disingenuous human being.
And then with people, for a lot of people who haven't been around here as long as yourself, or as long as people who have been here from the beginning, it's difficult to sit there and take statements and lies and stuff like that when you've been putting the work out for so long, especially when you do it for like 4 or 5 years for free. You pump out 10 videos a day, you do a Patreon live stream, regardless of if you do well or if you don't do well, the effort and the work is still there. So it's just from that part of it, Zach, you always got my respect. And I don't have to agree with every single thing you say or every video you make. But from that part of it, you always have my respect. And if I did have an issue with you, I have your number and I can call you directly. Like, the internet wouldn't be the first thing I'd run to.
Exactly. And again, I mean, certain people, like I always people in my chat, where's Rambo at? Well, Rambo left, and Rambo handled things in the worst way ever. I mean, he's somebody who had my number, and he wanted to make drama on a radio network because trolls were in his ear. And it's like, dude, I gave you a platform and built you up, and now he makes his living off of what I built up for him. And again, for all you guys who come around here and like leave comments like I did him wrong, it's like, in what way did I ever do Rambo wrong? I mean, all I ever did was built him up, gave him a platform, gave him knowledge, promoted his name, promoted his channel, and then he listened to trolls, and then he wanted to start drama on TFR. I mean, were you aware of that? Am I telling the story wrong, or was it something else?
Nah, I was around for the whole thing. I didn't catch every one of Rambo's videos or every TFR initially, but I went back and I saw it. So I saw how he brought up specific things that I guess that were getting under his skin. Obviously, there were people in his ear telling him a whole bunch of other stuff. And to me, when I was listening to it, the issue that he had specifically with you was real minor. I didn't even feel like it was something that needed to be spoken about necessarily. So yeah, this social media and this whatever fame you get off of getting your name out there, it's a real drug, Zach. You understand? And some people just don't know how to handle it. The moment somebody starts getting some traffic, some views, and people change, and it's real crazy to see how quickly it happens. So yeah, with Rambo, I didn't understand that situation. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, well, I remember the first time that I felt some hostility, I think it was before his phone calls, was he was doing a decode, and it was about the city of Houston and an astrological sign and how this 31 thing happened in Houston. And in the whole decode, he left out that Houston equals 31. And then when he got done, I said, well, the one thing I got to add, Rambo, is 31 happens a lot in Houston, not just in the astrological period. And I said, I don't know if you realize this, but Houston itself equals 31. And then I could tell he was annoyed. He was like, oh, okay. And I was like, well, I mean, again, I'm not mad at the whole astrology thing, but I just remember his decode that day was trying to make it seem like it was about the astrology sign for why this 31 thing happened in Houston in that period. And I was like, does he not know that like Houston and 31 hits in sports 24/7, 365 all throughout the calendar year?
Yeah.
So anyway, I mean, that was the first time I ever sensed I was wrong, because I remember the way he responded. I could tell he was irritated.
Yeah. Yeah, I could tell that too. I think it was more of a personality clash. Because when I saw Rambo in New York, and besides when he's speaking about the things that he's knowledgeable, he doesn't really fit me as like the most social person. He looks like, again, I don't want to talk bad about him, but
he was cool in New York though. We didn't have a problem. He gave me a hug. I mean, that's what was weird too, is that he did all that shortly after the New York thing happened. So it's like we finally meet each other, and now all of a sudden there's all this bad blood. Like what?
Yeah, no, he came to New York. You gave him a platform in New York to speak. You gave him the microphone. He did his thing. There was nobody trying to outshine the other person. I felt like everybody was probably on their best behavior in New York, and then quickly, as soon as we left, people just went back to like the same type of shenanigans.
Yeah. We know who else did that too. Yeah, your favorite.
And again, it was in everybody's best interest that day to get along because we had a big crowd. We were all live streaming, so everybody had their own quote unquote agendas. And I guess you could probably tell who was more genuine than the other person. Me, I stayed out there all day. It was raining. I had my whole
family out there. Vic brought out his whole family.
I had my whole family there. I had my nieces, and my nephew holding up signs. I had my brother out there. So you couldn't confuse why I was there. You know what I'm saying? So, but not everybody's built like that, Zach. And I guess that's the main point. Besides the truth element and maybe some ideals that we may share across the board, not everybody's on the same page. So I realized that very quickly when I was meeting people, and then we came back and it was like a whole different thing. So
yeah, indeed. Well, I'll never forget you brought your whole family out there, and his whole family was holding signs, and it was a thing of beauty. So yeah, Vic represented the biggest in New York by bringing out the whole family.
Yeah, man, I had to because my journey, if people follow me from the beginning, my family wasn't really with it from the beginning. They wasn't on board with it. And then, slowly but surely, I kept doing what I was doing, putting in the work behind the scenes, speaking to people on a very respectful level, not forcing the information on anybody, and people seeing the transition. So it was easy for my family to start, buying into the idea, start paying attention, start listening. And then when I had the opportunity, not only for them to come out and see me do my thing, but also meet other people. It was, it was a once in a lifetime thing. And you see, ever since we did that in September in New York, it's never happened again, so that just goes to show you, had I missed that, putting that together with you, Zach, that would have been a real big regret for me. So I'm glad me and you got on the same page and we was able to make that situation happen, because it's never been done ever since.
Well, it needs to be done again, and it needs to become an annual thing, like I said. But I mean, I went out to Oklahoma City that year, Buffalo, then drove all the way across the country back to New York for 9/11 and back. And for all of that, my financial support went to less than half of what it was. And I don't think that's really that people gave up. I just think it's like they didn't like what we did. It's just like when I drove all the way from Seattle to New York, as soon as I crossed into Buffalo and let people know, I got the email from YouTube 5 seconds later that the channel had been demonetized. I was like, man, look at the way these people operate. They see me drive across the country and then they demonetize the channel as soon as I get here. Again, there's people that do not want us to do what we are doing, and sabotaging the financials makes it hard. It's not cheap to drive across the country as much as gas is, get hotels, pay for people's hotels, all the different things that I had been doing throughout that whole year. And again, I mean, there should be way more support for this work. And it's just, anyway, but yeah, Vic, it was a beautiful thing. Vic did bring out his entire family, and we do have to do it again. So you remind me of that. But
yeah, and I flew in for that too. I was in England. I came back from England for that situation.
Do you want to share about your other part of the story through the knowledge?
I mean, yeah, we could talk about that on another stream though, because that's really like a great and positive thing, and I don't want to downplay it by talking about it now. You know what I mean? Okay. But here's the thing, like, that I want people to understand, and it's a very, very tough concept to grasp, because it's like, crabs in a barrel. Everybody feels like you can like make a little bit more money or get a bigger name or get more views by bringing the next person down, when collectively, regardless of how much you may like a person or not like them, if you share something in common, boosting each other up, or at least having a respectful rapport with the other person, is going to make this whole platform, at least our platform, our element of this, YouTube platform, will grow. You will grow, I will grow, the other person will grow by boosting each other. This thing where, oh, Zach is getting too big, or this other person is getting too big, I got to do this, or, I can't get my name out there without shitting on another person. It only works for so long. You understand?
But again, Vic, I think people who come here with the best interests already know that, right? Like that's self-explanatory. And that's why I've always tried to build up everybody. And there's so many people who I've helped build up a little platform for them. And then all they did in return was attack and try to climb up on my back by attacking me. And that's been going on since 2016 now. Because one of the first people, the guy, again, you guys, a lot of people think this is my calculator. It's not my calculator. It's Derek's calculator. And he built this because I asked him to do it. And he set it up just the way that I asked him to initially. But the thing is, Derek, just out of nowhere, just started attacking me and making all these videos about me and saying I'm related to L. Ron Hubbard. And it was just crazy. And again, it makes me always wonder about the intentions of people like Derek and others. It's like, how are you going to attack the guy who you're working with behind the scenes, who's teaching you, who's promoting you, who's bringing you on his radio show to get your name out there, and then you're just going to attack? And Derek, here's how he did it. I'll remind people to take him down memory lane. I set up a website called All for Truth.
I remember.
And then I trusted two guys from Florida to build the thing, and I couldn't believe how good they built the website. If you guys remember, that thing had video streaming on it. It was incredible. It was like too good to be true. I couldn't believe how much they did it for, because they did it for around 10 grand. But then shortly after it got established, then they tried to turn it into a flat earth website, and then they removed me from the website. And then they blocked me out of the website so I couldn't access it. And then Derek's doing a live stream with them with another woman who I'd also brought on my TFR show in the early days so she could promote her website. All of them are doing a show together with some other, I forget what the thing was that was interviewing them, but they're all doing a show together talking about how bad I am. And I was like, this is crazy. The only thing bad I did was trusted two guys I didn't know well enough with all this money to build the website, and then they screwed me. And now it was just so wild, you guys. And I was like, who are these people?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. And here's the thing. All the time, the business doesn't work out all the time. People have differences. And I remember exactly what you're talking about. And they went on a tirade, and they were making a whole bunch of videos trying to say this and that about you, about money being, money disappearing or money not being paid.
Which was not, that was everything. That's how I got locked out of the website, because there was a little bit more money left for the project, and they wanted me to send it all over at that once without any, because the way it worked was they would say, okay, we're going to build this, and this is what the bill is for this, and I'd send the payment that day. And then they'd say, okay, we're going to build this, and we need this much. So I'd send the money over that day. And then they said, okay, we want you to just send us over this much money so we can keep here. And I said, I thought about it, but just even the fact that I didn't say yes right away, I was just locked out of the website like that, turned into a total flat earth website. And I was just like, man, this is but that I guess in my fault, I look back, I was naive to trust two guys all the way across the country who I really didn't know. I didn't expect all that to happen, but yeah, that was such a frustrating moment. And then here's Derek, just who I've been working with behind the scenes to help get him built up. And I'm like, what? They're all collaborating together, talking shit about me? What?
I mean, yeah, there's so many examples of it. I've seen in the crate, I've been here for a long time now. So I've seen, people change. I've seen, your biggest cheerleaders turn into your biggest trolls. I've seen people that you've helped and build up turn into, what they want to call competition, but not really competition. I've seen people who you've personally helped and sent money to get in a better situation come online and have nothing but, negative things to say about you and stuff like that. So I've seen it all. That's why nobody can't tell me anything, because I've been here for 8 years. So I've seen it. I don't have to listen to Zach, and I don't have to be Zach's mouthpiece. I'm not, this is not a cult, and I'm not blinded by the aura of Zachary K. Hubbard. I've been here to have my own perspective on what's happened, So when I say what I'm saying, it's coming from me as an individual, and I'm not 100% pro Zach, to the point where I'm blind about what's actually going on now. I've seen it all. I've seen everything happen right in front of my eyes. So.
And what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of snakes in the grass, and there's a lot of people trying to help out, and I don't think they were really here for anything other than their own intentions.
And Zach, I've spoken to you behind the scenes on certain situations, haven't I? I've spoken to you about this.
Yeah, no, you've been right. You said you criticized me for my own criticism that I give too many people too many chances. That's my MO, but it's just There's a lot of bad apples out here. You got to watch out.
And here's the foundation that people don't need to get twisted. Here's the foundation. Regardless of what you want to say about this person, Zach, as an individual, here's the foundation that cannot be disputed. He brought the work to the forefront. There is absolutely validity to Gematria connected to sports and connected to what happens all across the world. That is the foundation. So regardless of how you feel about the person who's brought it here, you can't dispute those facts. And that's where that's where it needs to start and stop. You know, if I want to have a personal attack about you, I can call you, I can message you. I won't bring it to the internet. You want to know why? Because it degrades the work that you've actually done. Zach as a person doesn't represent how important Gematria is. That is already there. You know, and I feel like these personal attacks is an easy out. You know, oh, Zach said this, so I'm gonna have a personal attack about him. And you know what? We're gonna attack Gematria as well because you know Zach had a moment where he wasn't perfect, or Zach, you know, there was a video where he didn't say the exact right thing. So now I can attack the work of Gematria. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You want to have a personal attack with the guy? It is what it is. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, I'll vote. Listen, with the amount of people that come at you and you know the amount of energy and money that's behind whatever this is that attacks you on a daily basis, I always salute you for that because you keep your head up and you keep going and you know it's like what just happened with Drake and Kendrick, right? It's 20v1. It's one Drake and it's 20 people on the other side attacking him. So it's always a 20v1, 20 people versus Zach, and the guy's still here, speaks his mind, and stands on business. So you gotta respect.
I don't want to be compared to Drake though, because I can't stand Drake.
Yeah, no. That was just the analogy I was saying.
All right, but I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Vic. And yeah, Vic does go down as the all-time #1 pavement pounder for bringing out the whole family, including the little niece and everything. So, thanks again for that. That was a great memory.
Listen, it was my pleasure, man. I had to go down there. You was in New York. I had to make it happen. You know, my mom still talks about it to this day. You know, she was there holding up signs and meeting people and having conversations with people she never met before, speaking about numbers and everything like that. And that was great for me to see. So regardless of who was there that I had a personal, you know, disagreement with or whatever, that wasn't going to overshadow what the objective was that day. And I feel like that's what people, they get it twisted now. You know, the objective is bigger than any personal, you know, gripe you might have with a person. So if you speak your truth and this other person speaking their truth, it might not be yours, but just keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? How you already got a live stream geared up to attack somebody that you were just trying to have a conversation with? How is that already? How you have a thumbnail made already? You have a live stream already? How'd that happen in 30 seconds? It's
are you keeping tabs on the other channel?
No, that's the impression he gave me, right? So I'm pretty sure it's gonna happen.
No, he's excited. Now he's ready. He's motivated to make a video. He's ready to go back to October of last year where we spent the whole week doing about 50 hours of live streams all based on bullshit.
Come on, man. We taking our eye off the ball, Zach. We taking our eye off the ball. But I agree with you though. You got to stand on business and you got to put your foot down. Nobody else is gonna champion you like you're gonna champion yourself. So I agree with what you're doing. Don't worry about it.
Indeed, Vic. All right, I do got to get back to work. I'm way over scheduled. This stream was supposed to be about 30 minutes. It's almost 4 hours. So anyway, appreciate it, Vic. Thank you.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. And yeah, I mean, Vic's someone who's been around in the community for a long time. Since he said 8 years. I became aware of Vic when I first monetized my work. He was one of the first supporters and one of the first great callers who was you know, adding to the work. Like earlier, I was challenging the one guy to tell me one thing you've brought that's innovative to the work. Mr. Future has brought innovation to the work. You know, he learned and then he used his own mind. He said, oh, look at this. Look from this angle. Look what I found out. Again, there's people who've come and contributed and made the work better. Vic's one of those people. And Vic has a lot of haters too. And, I guess that's kind of what happens when you do a good job. You get haters. But one of his haters is somebody who hasn't been around quite as long and somehow has found more success than Vic has on their YouTube channel. But like that guy did come out to New York and he did an all right job. And I commended him for what he said on the mic. I liked him as a public speaker, and we'd already given him 1,000 chances. But yeah, as soon as we got back from New York, he went right back to talking shit and just making all kinds of fuss for no reason. And the thing was, when he came out, I'm not talking about Vic, I'm talking about this other guy. When he came out to New York, the first thing he said to me is like, Zach, I don't even know why you keep doing this, man. It's a waste of time. Like, look, there should be more people here. And he's like, I was out speaking this morning. Nobody even stopped to listen one time. And then they said, yeah, I'm trying to film this movie too, and I can't even raise the $300 for it. He hired a guy to come out there and film that day. And that was a smart move. And I said, well, hey, whatever you can't raise to get it covered, I said, I'll do it for you. I said, I'll pay it for you. And he said, oh, I don't think I'll need that. I'll let you know if I need anything. Well, he never let me know anything about anything after that. But like within 48 hours of being back home, he already had a video out attacking me again. And then like a week later, he's like, and plus Zach said he'd pay for my video and he never did. It's like, dude, I offered to you and you said you'd get back to me if you didn't cover the bill. And now how I'm hearing about it is through you talking shit online. I mean, and again, that's somebody who I gave a platform to too. I helped build him up. I mean, I helped get him his following. So it's just been maddening, you guys. It's been maddening how, like, I don't know what it is. Like, I don't see other people having to deal with these problems. Here, I'll go to my favorite shill on YouTube. And the reason he's my favorite shill is because even though I know he's a shill, I agree with 90% of his message. And I'm talking about No Impact Flicks. I'm talking about Brian from Here's the Deal, from The Disturbing Illusion. You know, I agree with 90% of what Brian says. I don't really see Brian actually trying to help out anybody other than himself. But I don't see all these people like trying to attack and come at Brian. It's just like, how come he doesn't have haters? He has a way bigger audience. He's out here bullshitting all the time. He doesn't really do anything. He's not doing any groundbreaking knowledge. Why does he have all these people coming at him sideways trying to, you know what I mean? It's like, here's the guy. And the point I'm making is that's why we have all the snakes around us. Because we're doing things that have never been done before. There's people who don't like it. There's a lot of lowlifes who have nothing going for them, who can get paid for by the state or whatever it is to troll and slander people who are going against the feds. Federal government coming out of here and essentially regurgitating what Cuts One is saying online. It's like, wow, I literally have an FBI agent in my house regurgitating what Cuts One is saying online. How is this even possible? 201 days after my birthday. Hold on, my mom was trying to call. Let me see. I'm going to get my mom on here to debunk what she probably heard what Yeah Right said.
Hi.
You know I'm on the live stream right now.
Oh, I was just verifying your address. That's okay.
I'll text you. Well, hey, just somebody came on. Do you remember the guy who drives around in his car and talks to himself and mumbles? And a year ago, he was saying, you know, he's making those videos about me. You remember? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So he just came on the live stream and he said that you said that I'm Jewish. Did you ever say that I'm Jewish?
No.
Anyway, yeah, I just want to get that out there.
You're not. I know the Hubbards aren't related to, you know, the Scientologist, if that's who they're referring to.
They were also doing that too. Yeah, they always do that. But okay, he just came on and he said, your own mother said you're Jewish. So I was like, what? Like, when?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. Yeah. All right, here, I'll call you back in a minute. I need to get off here. So.
Okay.
All right, love you. Bye.
Bye.
She needs to verify my address. You should just watch my trolls channels. They're always posting it. All right. Yeah, again, if you're asking if I'm doing Patreon, I mean, don't we do it at 3 p.m. every Thursday? 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 Eastern. You already know the drill. But yeah, all right, we'll leave it there. The stream went way over time. People love that drama. Here, I'll address one other thing since we're just putting stuff out there in this stream. Yeah, you've noticed that somebody's not in the chat now that they're not a moderator. I had to pull the moderators a while back because way too many people are getting banned. Just so you guys know, Charmed One is a real person. I actually did a FaceTime with her about a month and a half back. And she's a very hard-headed person who thinks she knows, like a lot of people. But I was trying to get her to chill out on opinions that she has on certain people in the community. like she's 1,000,000% sure that certain people are operatives and other snakes in the grass. Like for example, Amy cracked their code, and Amy's not a bad person. But anyway, I kept her on as a moderator after the conversation, even though I was kind of getting annoyed because I was just like, okay, she really like she's one of the people that historically was blocking too many people. I mean, she's a good moderator too. That's why I kept her around as a mod, because she's always here and she's linking people's videos and shouting out the right people. And I like all that. But anyway, what happened was somebody captured what the comments look like and then how certain people's comments were getting deleted. And they sent me a nice long email about all these comments that were obviously getting deleted. And it was obvious who was deleting the comments, since only one person could do that. And I thought as an experiment, I would pull a wrench to see if all of a sudden we'd start having more comments. And there's been a lot more comments on every video ever since I pulled the wrench. So she was deleting people's comments who didn't need to get deleted because she doesn't like them and she thinks they're bad. And the reality is, it is true. Ever since she showed up, I don't know where she came from. She was always very loyal and dedicated to the channel. But the truth is, since she showed up, she drove a lot of people away. A lot of people really didn't like her because they saw her as the censorship queen. So again, all things good and bad, but I just had to make the executive decision that I think she has been more bad than good. And I don't think she's really trying to be bad, and I don't think she's some operative. I just think she can't control certain things within herself. And again, I mean, there is an element of paranoia just being around this community and all the bad people that do come around here and try to cause nonsense. But yeah, she was just getting rid of stuff that didn't need to be gotten rid of. And I've asked her and others to do that in the past. And I just thought, okay, she's still continuing to do it anyway. And I understand why, because even from talking to her, she thought she knew better than me about certain people. She's like, no, Zach, trust me. Trust me, they're bad. I was like, I don't think that person's bad. I don't think they're bad. So they might say things that are like, you don't have to agree with everything that I'm saying, but no, she was no doubt deleting comments that didn't need to get deleted, and none of that stuff helps out the channel. You have less comments, you got less traction in the algorithm. So anyway, again, you guys can self-moderate. If somebody's bothering you in the chat, you can click on their name and block them. And I've noticed that lately, there hasn't been. I mean, like mostly when I look out the chat, I don't see a lot of trolling and crazy stuff going on right now. So. Anyway, no, I don't think Nathan is bad. No, who's ever saying Nathan is... No, Nathan's not bad. There's no way Nathan's bad. Nathan's like one of the best contributors around here, and it's been that way for a long time. I'm inclined to think anyone who's saying Nathan is bad is the bad one. So heads up on that. Yeah. But no, I'm not mad at Charmed One. I think she really was trying to do her best job. It's just her best job was too much and it was too restrictive. And I think some of it was people she didn't like, and then they're getting censored when they shouldn't be censored. So, and again, if you're out there, Charmed One, it's like in reality, look at your Twitter page, right? It never gets any likes. You're not attracting people to you. You're not making people want to engage with you. And part of the reason why is because if you want to have a presence online, well, I guess it's not necessarily true, but I guess people never even heard your voice. Like you don't even have to, you can be like anonymous and not put up a video camera, but at least like call into the show so they hear your voice. And they're like, oh, that's Charmed One. That's what she sounds like. But yeah, Charmed One was a real human being. She was a woman. I can 1,000,000% verify that. It's just at the end of the day, she was trying to be helpful, but she wasn't helpful. A lot of people have left. There's been an exodus of people. Again, you guys, I get letters in my P.O. box about people were so mad at Charmed One and the people she would block. I'd have letters in my P.O. box of screenshots of who she blocked and what they said that got them blocked. And what's crazy is the people who are sending those letters, they're now over there rocking with my favorite trolls, hating in the chat. I'm like, so what? Because you're mad at Charmed One and I didn't, now you're right. People are crazy. So at the end of the day, I can't control people. I'm just going to continue to do the work and pump out the knowledge and expose the evil going on in the world and hopefully wake up more people to it day by day. So people, when they see a headline like this, they instantly know what's up. Again, we did a decode on this in 5 seconds. They got to tell you Demi Lovato, her name equals 55. He's dead 55 days after Demi Lovato's birthday. I mean, you learn the knowledge. It takes 5 seconds to see through this business. And for all you guys who keep showing up in the chat doxing people, you look like part of that troll snake network, because you know all that's doing is instigating the trolls. YouTube, what was it, 3 years ago? YouTube said they can start holding the channel creators accountable for what's posted in their chats. And that's what the FBI is kind of coming out here insinuating too. Because that's what the FBI was saying. They're asking if I know this person, their account name. And for all you guys, don't worry, I didn't say anything. I said, yeah, I recognize that account name. I don't know anything about that person. Yeah, I know that account name. I don't know anything about that person. They're like, okay, well, there's been reports that they've said things that, you know, could be threatening other people. I'm like, well, I can't control what other people are doing. And when I'm presenting, I'm not usually not looking at the chat. That's, you know, I'm focused on my work. So when you guys are in the chat who continue to do this stuff behind the newest screen name you've created, I think you're part of this Fed network and you're trying to cause problems. And you're making it so the agent can come out here once they've changed the law and say, oh, look at what was in your live stream on this date. You allowed this person to get doxxed. I'm not allowing anyone to get doxxed. I'm asking people to stop doing that. You guys keep doing it. Yeah, to be honest, they did mention you. Your name did come up. And I just said, yeah, I know his account name. I don't know him. They asked for about, I forget, like 8 different people's names. I was like, and I recognized everybody's name. I was like, yep, I know the account name. I don't know the person. And I didn't say anything bad about anybody. I was like, yeah, they're in the chat. They support the work. That was back in February. So if you haven't had any problems since then, you should be good. But also make sure you're not doing anything stupid online, because, and I warned you guys around then, right? Because they asked me not to say anything at the time, and I didn't want to create more problems, but I gave you a hint. I said, somebody might have come out here and been asking about people in the chat. So and they asked about one person a lot more than another, because they kept asking questions. Wherever Sage is, and I mentioned it at the time, because that's why I said Sage. I kept mentioning Sage's name actually after that happened. I said, Sage, I don't know what you're up to, but you're doing anything, you might want to check yourself, because they were so interested in him. And I was like, I don't know about any of that. I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that either. So, yeah, that was the person they were the very most interested in. No, it was February of this year. It was February 7th they came out here. But yeah, they had one question for everybody except for Sage. They kept asking things about Sage, and I kept saying, I do not know. I don't know. Rick, I've unbanned all the accounts on all the channels. I don't think you ever got banned. I think what Google did is they took out your channel so you couldn't give any more memberships. I think that's what they did. I think that's what happened, Rick. Because you're definitely not banned. So. Well, your comment, this comment right here, come on, don't you know where you live? You don't live in a sovereign nation. You live in a nation that's the driving force of the New World Order. You know, they want, this has always been a melting pot. I mean, it's not that they're not doing anything. They are doing something about it. They're helping people come into the country because they want people to come in from the East. They want people from Catholic cultures. They want people that are subservient to authority. They want hard workers who will work for dirt wages. This is all an agenda. So no, that's also a part of what's going on too. It's not that they're not doing anything about it. They're doing it. This is exactly what they want. And for all the Looney Tunes out there that think Trump's going to do anything about it, he's not. Didn't he promise you that he was going to get the wall built and shut it all down and have Mexico pay for it? How'd that work out? Right. He spent a lot of money, made a lot of money for the central bankers, for the contractors, left a wall full of holes, and then they can continue to debate over the same things they've been debating over my lifetime. The border crisis, abortion, the border crisis, abortion is the same thing every election. Well, how would they have two political parties that they're so invested in if they didn't have those two issues every election cycle? It's all by design. All right. Yeah, we're out of here, True Seeker. Thank you again to everyone who hits the like and the share. And since this video is way too long, if there's something you liked about it and you want to clip it and share it, that would be great. Use that clip feature. Thank you again, Dante Reed. Thank you again, Jeffrey. That 7-3 thing. Yeah, Los Angeles Dodgers 73. What was it? First team to have 3 shutouts with 7+ runs scored. Los Angeles 37. Los Angeles Dodgers 73. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Jeffrey had 2 things. 2 times, Jeffrey. Oh, sorry, man. I wasn't trying to ignore you, so you had to do a second super chat. I feel bad about that. All right. Next time, just hop on the stream. It's free, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, Roblanto, if I'm saying that right. Big one. Thank you, Chewy100. Thank you, King Richard TV. Times 3 or 4 here. King Richard TV had all kinds of observations. Thank you, Sarah, again. Times 2. Weekend at Bernie's, yeah, they're killing us. This is how we got into this super chat got us into the troll topic. Yeah, just talking about all the weirdos that hang around here. Cyber stalking's the thing these days. Thank you again, James Larkin. Thank you again, Jaden. And shout out to Open Up, always with the generosity. King Richard had a bunch of great observations. We were looking at the death of the singer who jumped from the balcony with ambulance 107 out in front with the hotel that equals 107, like ritual sacrifice. Same thing today they did with Sinwar, where we started. Yeah, the Peter Lou thing with the killing of the Georgetown former basketball player, the woman at age 33 on the day, leaving 106 days left in the air. King Richard, great decoder, doesn't beg for money. And the shakeout thing, yeah, shakeout 44 like earthquake, wild. Thank you again, Carl. Appreciate it, Carl. All right, yeah, I got to get to work. Running way behind now. Till next time, True Seeker. Have a good day.